We are now in order, and welcome. I call this meeting to order, the CDBG Advisory Committee Special Meeting. And I'll start with roll call.
Committee members Armenian,
Present.
Garibian,
Yes.
Manukian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Avedisian,
Yes.
Chair Quinones-Gabrielian.
Here.
The agenda for the March 6, 2023 special meeting of the CDBG Advisory Committee was posted on or before Friday, March 3, 2023 on the bulletin board outside City Hall. Item 2 is oral communications. We don't have any callers or cards. Item 3 reports information only. At A is status of active community capital improvement projects.
Very good. So we're going to do and we turn it over to Ms. Kavarian.
Thank you, Chair Quinones-Gabrielian, members of the Advisory Committee. We have before you the CDBG Advisory Committee meeting Community Capital Improvement Project status. These are all our community and actually our city projects that are either pending or have been completed. So we'll start with the city CIP projects. Currently in the works under the CDBG funding, we have Fremont Park Renovation Project, Pelanconi Park Playground and Shade Structure Project, which was actually just completed. We have the Pacific Park Artificial Turf Multipurpose Field Project. We will be reviewing Pacific Park Playground and Pool Shade Structure Improvement Project, along with Pacific Park Splash Pad Project. As a note to the committee, the Pacific Park Playground, Pool, Shade Structure, and Splash Pad are considered one project under the city. They are separated for CDBG, but just for purposes for the committee, it's considered one total project. And then we'll be reviewing the community CIP projects. In 2022-2023, we have Essentia with repiping project, Hamilton House, that's the Campbell Center project. We have the YWCA of Glendale and Pasadena. This is their Lexington CIP building. And then in 21-22, we funded Campbell Center, Alma House, Homenetmen Ararat Main Campus Restroom Renovation Project, and then the YMCA First Floor All-Inclusive Locker Room, and then the Armenian Cultural Foundation's Glendale Youth Center. In 2020-2021, we funded Catholic Charities, Glendale Community Center Roofing Project, and then Homenetmen Ararat Main Campus Roofing Project. And then in 1920, we funded HVAC project for Homenetmen Ararat, Bleachers project for Homenetmen Ararat, and then Catholic Charities Glendale Community Center Improvement Project. So we'll go ahead and get started with the city CIP projects. Fremont Park Renovation Project, this is at 600 Hahn Avenue in Glendale. This is a very large project with most likely in the $17 to $20 million range once it's completed. We'll give you a status update. This project underwent a formal bidding process and the bids closed just recently in January and are currently being reviewed by Public Works and by City Attorney's Office. Now the project is anticipated to commence in July. But we do want to inform the committee that the report will be presented to you today under item 3B to reprogram these funds into other CDBG CIP projects. And for the reasoning is because it's such a large project, only about roughly $620,000 is going to be used under CDBG. And with a $17 to $20 million project that requires 18 to 24 months of construction, that means that would be very staff intensive for the CDBG staff to handle. So we're proposing, and you'll see this in the next PowerPoints, to cancel Fremont and reprogram those funds into other CIP projects, and we'll get to that. For Pelanconi Park Playground and Shade Structure Project, this is actually the completed project. So this picture that you're looking at is the completed playground and shade structure. Actually, the shade structures weren't installed here yet, but you could see the green posts. Here's a few other pictures of the completed playground and shade structure project. This was completed in the fall of 2022. Onig, I'm not sure if we had the grand opening yet, but I know we're proposing a grand opening which will be coming up soon. And this was funded almost entirely by CDBG funds. So $494,000 went into the Pelanconi Playground and Shade Structure Project. Next, we have Pacific Park Artificial Turf Multipurpose Field Project. This project had about $1,090,000 in CDBG funding and an additional $750,000 in development impact fee funds. Now, at this point, the project is canceled. We had brought before the committee, I believe in October, that we needed to cancel the artificial turf project per council direction, and we're going to move that money towards the Pacific Natural Grass project. They do not want, the council voted not to have artificial turf at Pacific Park. Next, we have Pacific Park Playground and Pool Shade Structure Project. Funding for this project is $191,000. Currently, the project has undergone formal bidding. Bids were received but deemed unresponsive by City Attorney's Office. So the Public Works Department is evaluating options for what the next steps are. It's the likelihood that rebidding in this project is the course of action. So the project is expected to be completed by spring of 2024. Again, this is the combined project, Pacific Park Splash Pad. It will be the same status update because the city considers both these projects one total project. So just as I had mentioned earlier, the project underwent formal bidding. Bids are received, but they're unresponsive, and Public Works is evaluating options with likelihood of rebidding. Next, we'll go to the community CIP projects. But before I do you have any questions on city CIP projects?
At some point in time, my question is, what is at risk?
Excellent question, Chair Quinones-Gabrielian. Our oral report that is forthcoming, 3B, is going to explain to you exactly what's at risk. And I'll tell you at this point, it would be the 2016-2017 funds. And we'll lay that out for the committee to review and to deliberate on.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on city CIP? As Mr. Bulanikian is here with us and will be leaving us in about 30 minutes, 15 minutes.
Just quickly, when unresponsive, are we talking about financial part of it, or what does unresponsive means in general?
In terms of which project?
Apparently the Pacific Park.
Yes, Chair Quinones-Gabriel, members of the committee. So the Pacific Park Splash Pad was bidded out a few months ago. They reviewed the bids. There were a few protests from different bidders. City attorney reviewed all the protests, and the Fremont Public Works will be going to council within the next month or so to dispense with competitive bidding and go out to rebid the project. So it's both protests as well as the bids being unresponsive. They didn't have the proper documentation submitted, and the quotes on some of the items were not market rate.
We think the dollar figures are pretty much the same. It's not more of the dollars.
Yes, dollar figures are pretty much the same. It's going to be a $1.9 to $2 million project.
Thank you.
Shall I move on to the community CIP projects? For community CIP projects, we'll start with the repiping project for Essentia. This is their current structure, which is 11,500 square feet. This is the 45-bed shelter for homeless families and individuals. They currently have $31,840,000 in funding to replace and repipe all their plumbing, which includes water supply and drain pipes. The agency is coming back today to present an interview to the committee to request additional $38,424 in funding. So at this point, the agency will provide drawings to submit to the Planning Department for environmental review, and the contract agreement is forthcoming. Most likely, the agency will have to receive additional funding to move forward with the project. Next, we have Hamilton House CIP, which is the Campbell Center. The Campbell Center is a licensed group home which provides permanent supportive housing to residents with intellectual and developmental disabilities. This house serves 10 unduplicated, extremely low-income adults ages 21 to 72. At this time, Hamilton House is funded $377,883.50. But we want to give you a status update. The agency has requested to cancel this project and is requesting to move funds over to their Alma House project. Report will be presented to the committee today under item 4A. Next, we have Lexington CIP building. This is the YWCA of Glendale and Pasadena. This capital improvement project includes making upgrades and improvements to Building 1, which is the original building that was constructed in 1939. It's a 13,880 square foot space, 2 stories plus basement. And the building is actually used for office space and features a 2,500 square foot multi-purpose auditorium. They're currently funded at $377,883.50. And status is that agency is working to provide drawings and submit those drawings to the planning department so we can complete environmental review. The contract agreement is forthcoming and the project is expected to be completed in spring of 2024. Next, we have Alma House. This is the Campbell Center's other house. Alma House serves 5 adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The age of this house and because of deferred maintenance, priority repairs have to be done and completed so to preserve the home functionality and fulfill the ADA standards. Alma House is currently funded at $197,858. The agency now needs additional $300,000 to complete the project. So in the fall, agency issued a bid twice, held 2 bid walks. The first bid had 1 qualified bid submission but was over the agency's estimated budget. Then a second bid was issued in hopes to get more bids. The second bid resulted in the same qualified contractor submitting the same bid. So the project is permit ready, project is ready for construction. However, the project completion is really contingent upon receiving that $300,000, and that $300,000 can come from the Hamilton House because the agency board had asked to return those funds and to plug in $300,000 for the Alma House. So if approved today, completion is estimated this fall of 2023. Next, we have restroom renovation project, Homenet Men. This is the main campus athletic center of the Auditot chapter, built in the 1960s. This is a 65,000 square foot facility, 2,600 members annually, used for basketball, volleyball, indoor soccer, gymnastics, martial arts, and table tennis. They are currently funded at $206,000. The agency is working with their architect to finalize their specifications and drawings and submit to the planning department for environmental review. The contract agreement with the city is forthcoming, and they're anticipating completing the project this winter of 2023. Currently, the Home Minutemen Auditot chapter is working on 2 projects, and they're working on those first as a priority. This will be the 3rd project that they work on.
Has HUD ever asked, or I guess there's a special type of exception for us investing Glendale funds out of the area?
That's an excellent question, Chair Quinones-Gabrielian. This question has come up in the past, and my predecessor actually had requested that information from HUD, and their answer was that as long as the 2,600 members or the people who utilize that facility are Glendale residents, it makes no difference where that money goes, as long as Glendale residents are using it. HUD doesn't look at it the way we do, I guess you could say. They look at it as who is utilizing that facility and who is gaining from those funds.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'll move on to the first floor all-inclusive locker room project. This is the YMCA of Glendale. This is a project that's proposing to serve 500 unduplicated adults, seniors, and family members. The conversion of the locker room the conversion will allow patrons who normally use the women's second floor locker room or the men's basement floor locker room, which can only be accessed by elevator, to be able to have first floor accessibility for all. So this is really more for accessibility purposes. As you all know, they've come back to us year after year. So for the first floor all-inclusive locker room, currently they're funded at $578,495. They have fiscal year or program year, $65,000 in program year funds. They have $334,495 in 2021 funds. And in 2022, the committee funded them $179,000. The agency,
Have they spent down the fiscal year 16 funds?
Chair Quinones-Gabrielian, at this time, they're not able to spend down their funding until construction is ready, and we do not advocate they do that because they can't bill us unless they have their full funding. And that's really where they're kind of at a standstill at this point because of that reason. And I'm going to get into it with the status update, but that's an excellent question. They're actually waiting for the additional funding of $546,000 to start the project.
So that's at risk too.
Correct.
Okay.
So they went out to bid 3 times, and no interest came in the first bid. The second bid attempt had 1 qualified contractor, but the bid was higher than anticipated. The third bid attempt had the same contractor submitting higher than anticipated again. So the agency really needs this additional funding, this $550,000 in additional funding, so they can start their project. The project's ready to start. They're quite antsy. They want to begin the project. It's just they're fearful that they're not going to have the funds to start. So they don't want to get into a contract with this contractor until they know that they've secured the funding that they need. Next, we have the Armenian Cultural. Yes.
This is a broader question. The more detailed questions I'll hold for when we get into interviews. But in this process, it's a process question. So when an agency comes back to staff describing this sort of scenario, does staff do any sort of research to validate what they're hearing, or you just kind of take it in and log it, and then we come to this point to actually evaluate evaluate the circumstances? Because these are pretty drastic situations as far as I'm concerned, which like I said, I'll hold those questions for the actual interview. But I mean, to go from, we now have 2 examples that you've just given where you're looking at doubling of cost. And while there is inflation, I find it a little bit hard to believe that costs would double to this magnitude. That's why I'm asking what staff does in this process to actually evaluate what the agency is coming forth with.
Committee Member Armenian, this is an excellent question, and this is a great question for the committee. Truthfully, what staff's responsibility is to walk them through the bid notice, to include all the information and all the paperwork that the agency needs for CDBG purposes, which is the Davis-Bacon rules and the what the estimates should be. We actually attend all the bidders' conferences. We take the signed papers, whoever attended. We know exactly who the contractors are. We actually help the agency by collecting all the contractors that we know in the area, and we send out that bid notice as well, just to have them have at least more than 1 bid come in. So that's part of our responsibility. Next, when the bids do come in, we are available because it's a sealed bid. Our staff is there when those bids come in, so we actually see what the bids are. And then we gather all that information. We actually gather that information not only for the community agencies, we do the same for the city agencies. So not city agencies, city projects. So we are really there to see all of that unfold. The part that we don't really know is this part. So when those estimates come in during proposal season, we don't know how those proposals came in or how those estimates came in. And sometimes that's why when we put in under weakness, we don't see the Davis-Bacon rates in those proposals, our concern is that, because we know that once we get to this point, those numbers are going to go way up, because we know how much they have to pay to get these projects done. So I hope that sort of answers your question.
Partially, but I think what I'm hearing, and just correct me if I'm wrong, is that you don't get into any sort of evaluation of, is this a legit price increase? And I'm talking specifically on these instances where they're coming back saying, oh, well, now we can't, now prices have gone up, because all these projects take time. So time goes by. That's a natural, I think, characteristic of these situations. But in these instances that I'm seeing, it's pretty dramatic, what we're seeing as time has gone by, to the tune of doubling and maybe even more of bids coming in for the same project within a pretty tight time frame. So that's where I'm a bit skeptical, honestly, that prices would increase that much to complete a project. So what I'm hearing is you guys don't get into validating whether or not the different bids are legitimate or not. You're more of a caretaker of the process, but not evaluating the substance of what's coming in.
If I may, before you start, Mr. Bulanikian, what we do evaluate are the Davis-Bacon rates. So we're always updating those to make sure if, for instance, the plumber cost went from $50 an hour to $80 an hour, that's something we would evaluate, because we want to make sure that that's included in the cost. So those are the things that we as city staff evaluate. But Mr. Bulanikian, if you'd like.
Yes, in terms of the bidding and the prices, all of our construction projects, even city, have gone up almost 100%. I'll give you an example. Fremont, a couple of years ago, we were estimating the construction portion being 12 million. Bids came in as between 17 million to 29 million, just for the Fremont project, and nothing has changed. Same with the playground, the water feature project for Pacific. We were estimating about $1.1 million, $1.2 million. Now it's $1.9 million to $2.2 million. So all the projects, let it be CDBG projects or city projects, have gone up probably 75-80%. That's a challenge. We are looking at different funding sources for all of our projects, but construction costs, material costs, labor costs have gone up, starting from concrete, drywall, wood, as well as labor.
Thank you.
Yes.
One, and that is, I just also want to make a distinction between what it seems like Alma House went up 200% almost. In contrast, the YMCA came to us with a project 2 years in a row where they wanted us to fund about 50% of it, and now they're asking us for more, so they want us to fund a greater amount versus, and some of it is in inflation and increasing in cost, versus the fact that they want us to actually pay for a higher percentage of the project. So I don't think all of it is inflation.
Don't think I saw an increase in price is what happened in YMCA as well.
Okay.
The overall cost for that project, the total project cost is 1.4 million now.
But
And they did
before
not
it was the 578, I believe, which is what we funded. Remember, every year we came in and said, we'll give you the money. We did. That's why there's 3 years of allocations there. Yeah, but now they're coming in for another, like almost double the amount, which is, again, this is the concerning part, because the more things get delayed, if this is the trend, you're never going to catch up unless you start the project.
If I can ask a question just to confirm my understanding. So when they come in for the original request, their bidding process or estimating process isn't necessarily vetted except for the prevailing wage part, right? And then when they come, and when they're going through the process, you're more involved in the bidding. So the higher price is more vetted than the original request
Correct.
amount. That's my understanding. Okay.
That is correct.
And that might contribute to the greater increase.
It's also time as well. This is a new phenomenon we're noticing with city, as Mr. Bullion mentioned, with the city projects as well as community agency projects. This is a very new phenomenon. But these projects have been, pending for a few years, and costs, like he said, have gone up. Those estimates that originally came in, again, I'd have to go back to the older proposals to see if those Davis-Bacon rates were put in. We usually ask for 2 to 3 estimates during proposal season, but there's a caveat to that. When we ask for 2 or 3 estimates during proposal season, those 3 contractors can no longer bid on these projects because they have an unfair advantage. They know that what the project is, what it entails. And agencies don't want to give that up. As you can see, you're only getting 1 qualified contractor. It becomes a difficult situation. It's almost like a vicious cycle.
That's a HUD requirement,
It is
right?
a HUD requirement.
It's not us for us to change it, it's HUD.
It is a HUD rule, yes.
Just FYI to my colleagues, I do have multiple developers in my personal business, and I've been working with them over years and years, and I do notice at least 100% increase, which Armin probably has some experience to Mr. Avedisian, that everything has gone up. Granted, I'm not talking about the specific cases of agencies, but daily that I deal with them, expenses, as Mr. Boulan mentioned, concrete, everything else, it's up 100% at least. And timing, if it's 3 years old. And then, I just don't know, some of these can be pushed. We don't know if the Fed's intention is to bring the inflation down, but we don't even know if it is going to happen and when. But can these be pushed further out? Maybe. And again, it's a maybe, and it's a risk factor that the prices could go down eventually.
Committee member Garibian, the problem with waiting out any longer is there's a 7-year period of performance. And I think in our next slide, not this slide, I apologize, in our next PowerPoint, you're going to see that this is where that vicious cycle is kind of coming to a halt. We want to put that waiting aside kind of on the back burner at this point. We want to move forward, not wait it out, because we're at risk of losing money. City is at risk of losing money, and the city projects as well as the community agency projects are at risk of losing their funds if they just keep waiting. And we'll get into that more, and we'll delve deeper into that part.
Madam Chair, if I could just say one thing. I'm just wondering, and this is on a higher level thought, if there's anything we can do to help these agencies be more timely in their execution of these plans, because the bureaucracy of using these sorts of funds already imposes, I think, some delays. And in this sort of environment, it's always going to put them on their heels, where they're going to have to keep coming back to us because the prices keep fluctuating. I mean, you've got Home Minutemen with 4 projects backlogged, which is, again, something I'll talk about with them when they're here, which is I get concerned how much of this is the agency not being efficient enough in executing their plans, and how much of it is the bureaucracy that slows them down. And if there's anything we can do between staff and committee to, in terms of how we fund, so that do we provide more of a contingency amount in this process, so that knowing that there's this sort of inflationary dynamic at work, so that they don't have to wait a whole nother year, come back yet again, ask for another 100,000, another 200,000, now they're delayed another year, and then prices are moving beyond them. I'm just thinking out loud whether there's anything we can do to help the agencies be successful.
Chair Quinones Gabrielian, committee member Armenian, that is a great observation and something that we as staff have been talking about, because I think going through a few cycles of this ourselves, and especially with realizing that there is an expenditure deadline that we just most recently learned about. For the next cycle, I'm hoping that staff can come back to you with some sort of a recommendation, and the committee could make some sort of a policy decision to be able to identify maybe agencies not being able to apply until they're later in the process. And so knowing that they are ready to go, they've got their bids, they've got their permits, they've got everything done, that's when they should apply for CDBG funding, because we know they're ready to go and they're ready to start construction. At least that way, we will have identified projects that are more ready to go. Now, the piece that we need to figure out is the bidding, the prevailing wages, and the language that needs to go in their bids, because if it's not CDBG funded, those are things they don't have to worry about. So we'll have to kind of look at that and evaluate it in the next year to see what are some options that we could put out there for them to be able to not have to go back out to bid once they find out they're CDBG funded. But at the same time, evaluating and meeting with our community development department, although I don't think that these projects were necessarily held up on the permits end, but also meeting with them to make sure that there is some sort of process in place in order to not delay the permitting process on the city's end, if that is a cause of the delay, which, again, for these projects, I'm not sure that those are a factor, but there could be a situation. So I think it's important for us to definitely identify some measures to put in place, including the city projects. And I think we mentioned this at the last meeting, where we don't necessarily identify and park the money in projects that we don't know are ready to go, because we know that the funds are at risk of being lost. I think they just need to go towards projects that are closer to starting construction, because due to various reasons like Fremont Park or even the Pacific Park splash pad, the projects have been delayed over the years, and that has essentially put the funds at risk of being recaptured. So I think that just as a team, we do need to probably identify some sort of policy in the next RFP cycle, both for city projects and also for agency proposals, to be able to ensure that those funds are expended, and maybe be a little bit more stricter on the agencies when the next cycle comes around in evaluating the status of their projects. And instead of putting more money into the project before we know they're ready to go, maybe recapture the funds and reallocate it to a different project that's ready to go, and then consider funding them in a future year when they're ready. So I think these are just some things for us to consider as a team, because we as staff, we don't want this to happen, because this is a lot of administrative work as well. There's one thing, this meeting and discussing the restructuring, but then there's also all the administrative tasks behind the scene to swap out the funds and the contracts that we have to constantly renew and extend. So we definitely want to identify and put some policy measures in place in order to help the agencies be able to spend down their funds. And then, of course, like you said, timing. And I think that the last few years with the costs going up definitely doesn't help. But it also, if they were ready to start construction when they applied, then they would have been able to spend down the funds, and we would have made a decision to allocate the right amount to allow them to begin their project. So I think there's a number of factors to take into account, but we definitely could help them by coming up with some policy decisions to incorporate into the next RFP cycle, so that we're better able to spend down the funds and not put it at risk.
I appreciate that, because I really think we, between the committee and staff, need to adapt to the different circumstances, not just keep doing the same cycle, because it's gonna get worse probably. And these agencies don't have the resources to be successful, and we want them to be successful in their projects. And we want to be able to fund new things too, not just keep pouring money into the same projects over, 3-year period. I will tell you this, that this is a phenomenon on a larger level. Antonio Villaraigosa, who's like the infrastructure czar, who's been charged for the state by Governor Newsom to expend federal funds for infrastructure development. The first thing he's focusing on is streamlining processes, because he said if we don't, then what's going to happen is you're going to spend $200 million, you're going to allocate $200 million, but you're only going to have $100 million at the end to really spend, because $100 million of it would have been eaten up by inflation in terms of any given project. I'm seeing the same phenomenon happen here. So we have to help make this, streamline this process in a manner so that they can, be successful. And whether it's probably a combination of things. So really encourage staff to put some thought into it and say, what do we need to change in terms of our process? That's the only way we're going to get ahead of this.
I just want to Ask a question, though. Have you inquired as to the cause of the delays, whether it's Department of Building and Safety permitting process or COVID in general, for us to understand what's causing the delay?
Absolutely. Committee Member Manukian, yes, absolutely. For 2 years, most of these agencies shut their doors, and no programming, no services were being had in those facilities. So that would account for 2 years. Coming back, trying to get back into starting these bids in the bid process, this is where we're at now. We've had so many bid attempts with multiple agencies. So they're ready, their contracts were completed, and we're kind of at a standstill now with the bid process because they're coming in so high. Environmental review, we work with our planning department. It does take a little bit of time sometimes, but even with that, it's not as much time as at this point with this bid attempt that we're noticing in 3 of our projects, I would say, and with our city projects.
If I may, actually, thank you for the staff for coming up or coming through the thoughts that we need to put some policy together. I think a few years back, before COVID, I had mentioned that we had similar situations that some organizations weren't able to spend down their construction CIP projects because of whatever reason. Some of them were just the lack of their resources or city planning or whatnot. So I suggested that a few years back, and unfortunately, COVID came in, and I think COVID took some of the projects out of their regular schedule. At the same time, I know that during the COVID, there were much more construction was going on big time throughout the state in the residential or individual process or the organizations. And we still haven't done anything. And I was hoping that we can see something today that is going to direct them to come back, with a direct. I was waiting to talk about this during the interviews, but since the subject came up, this is something that we really need to look into it, because I know a lot of projects that they're just sitting around doing nothing, and it's a waste of money. In a sense, that it's not a waste of money, but it's a waste that it's some organizations that they were ready to go, they needed the funds, and they didn't get funded, or they didn't get fully funded because we had to spread out the money. If we knew the other cases, was otherwise, then we could have at least give it to one organization that was ready to go and make the life a little bit easier for all of us. I think staff time is more than anything else. Ours is 1 or 2 days, but the staff is the whole year round. Thank you.
Chair Quinones-Gabrielian, committee member Avedissian, I think that is a good point, and I do encourage the committee as a whole to evaluate that at the point of considering awarding agencies. I think it is up to you as a board and us as staff. It's difficult to say no to community agencies that are doing great work, but I also think it's important for us to be good stewards of the funds, to be able to say that we don't want to risk it. And, you already have multiple projects in the works, so why don't we see you complete those projects before you request additional funding? Or if there is a reason why those projects aren't getting completed, then maybe they should reconsider and apply for additional funding for those projects. Like if there's projects that are not able to move forward, or return those funds. There's a project that, we decided that this isn't priority this year, we're gonna return it. Like, later we'll hear about Campbell Center. They're returning some funds and asking for additional funds because they're trying to move forward a project that, instead of holding on to 2 pots of money and delaying both projects. So I think it's also important for us as a team, you as the committee and us as staff, to make those types of recommendations. It's just very difficult, and I just want agencies to be aware, again, in the next funding cycle, to take that into consideration so that they don't feel like we don't want to fund them. We do want to fund them. But as committee member Avedissian suggested, the funds could have gone towards other projects that were ready to go and maybe backfill them at a later time with funding in the future. So I know this is something Ms. Kavarian and I have noticed in the last 2 years, and I think I mentioned it when you were approving the RFP, but it was kind of too late at that point to incorporate some policy. But I definitely think it's something we'll work towards. So that is a very good observation, and thank you for making that note. And I encourage you to keep that in mind as we go through the interviews and the deliberation.
Right, great input from committee members and staff. And I would like to ask, because it's an important critique, that we can make up here and criteria to evaluate. If in preparation, for example, for us to listen to the presenters, if there could be some kind of a rating system as far as ready, shovel ready, 1, 2, 3, some type of a rating system so that we also know which project is ready to go. And I think, and we incorporate that criteria in our deliberation. Okay,
May I
thank
just
you.
add one question? Because you say you see this in the city projects also, but I'm gonna guess the city bids were with the prevailing wages. That was one, and also I don't think permitting should be an issue also. So mainly it will be strictly inflation. That's pretty much the only problem with city projects.
Correct, but there is, with permitting, there's also LA County. I believe LA County for the splash pad, they were waiting on permits from LA County because I'm not sure exactly what the,
Yes, the splash pad required health permits because of the water recycling. So I know that there was delay with that. And then when the plans go in for inspection, there were changes that needed to be incorporated due to the showers outside. So there was a couple of back and forth with the permits and needing to revise plans. So that itself also delayed the project plan
For the Pacific part.
for the splash pad.
For the
Correct.
splash. But overall, the city projects mainly for the price purposes.
that is correct, most of them are for the price.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Continue.
So we'll go ahead and continue with the Armenian Cultural Foundation's Glendale Youth Center CIP project. If you notice, we have those solar panels up and they have been energized. Interestingly enough, they were energized just in January. But due to all our weather issues that we've been having this winter, they're still waiting to see what the energization is going to look like. So we're very excited that they were finally able to energize their system. With the Glendale Youth Center project, they have $116,000 in funding. Agency is actually working with the architect to finalize drawings. We've actually been in contact with the architect as well to submit those drawings to the planning department for environmental review. The contract agreement is with the city is forthcoming, and the project is expected to be completed by winter of 2023. As a note, we as staff wanted to finish that solar panel project that the Armenian Cultural Foundation was having. They were waiting on the energization with Glendale Water and Power. Once that happened, this is why we're now moving forward with this project. Now with Catholic Charities, they have funding for their Glendale Community Center Improvement Project, and they also have another pot of money in Phase 2 for their roofing. So they're doing this as a combined project. They have $380,000 total, Phase 1, Phase 2. It's renovation and repair work for their interior and exterior of the building on San Fernando Road. The agency is working with Glendale's Building and Safety to obtain final drawings, and they're anticipating going out to bid in April. Is that correct, Ms. Kabanjan? Ms. Kabanjan? April? This is all happening in real time, so we always have to double check. The project phases 1 and 2 are expected to be completed in summer of 2023. Next, we have Home Minutemen Ararat Chapter, their roofing project. Now, the roofing project is going to be in conjunction with the HVAC project that they have. So these are two projects that they're working on as one. It's $193,000 for the roofing. The agency did go out to bid just recently in January, in conjunction with the HVAC project, and one bid was submitted, but it was an unqualified bidder. So the agency has issued a second bid notice. So upon contract award, the project is expected to be completed this summer. Bless you.
Thank you.
The same with the HVAC project. Again, this is in conjunction with the roofing project for Home Minutemen. They are working together. Again, bid went out on the 25th of January. We had to issue a second bid notice, and the contractor anticipates finalizing in summer of 2023 once they get a qualified contractor. For the bleachers,
So sorry, can I ask a quick question? I keep hearing this unqualified contractors. What does that mean? Which part of it? What is the qualification?
the bid that came in
Parameters.
for Home Minutemen HVAC, for the roofing and HVAC, they were unqualified because they weren't a general contractor. They were actually a sub.
I see. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
For the Home Minutemen Auditot Chapter Bleachers project, this project has $60,000 in funding. Project completed environmental review, but the agency is putting this project on hold and prioritizing the roofing and HVAC project and then the restroom project, because that's their, that's basically how they're going down the line. They want to do their roofing, they want to do the HVAC, restrooms, and then they're going to focus on the bleachers. But the agency will inform today, hopefully, the committee when the project is expected to start. But that is what city staff was given information on, the prioritization.
We do have a time frame issue with this one also, right? The
That is
bleachers?
correct. We have a time frame issue with all of them, and again, in the next PowerPoint, we will present that to the committee so you can see it as a whole. This concludes the status report on the community and city agency projects. If you have any other further questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
I think the questions will come up after PowerPoint, probably.
All right. Well, after this, we're going to go directly into reprogramming, correct? We're going to go directly into item 4A. So can we take a quick couple-minute break?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Sorry. Thank you. I need to go too. Excuse me. Okay, next item is 4A. Go ahead.
Yes, and I'll read it into the record. 4 is action items. A is reprogramming returned fiscal year 2022-2023 Hamilton House CDBG Community Capital Improvement Project funds from the Campbell Center. And 1 is a motion providing direction to staff on reprogramming $377,883.50 in returned fiscal year 2022-2023 CDBG Community Capital Improvement Project CIP funds from the Campbell Center Hamilton House CIP project. And this is actually being taken out of order. We'll return to 3B at a later time.
Yes, thank you.
Chair Quinones, Gabrielian, members of the advisory committee, we touched upon the Hamilton House returning of the funds, but we're going to delve a little deeper in this PowerPoint to show the committee what their plans are or what they propose. So as we had mentioned, Hamilton House is a licensed group home that provides permanent supportive housing to 10 intellectually and developmentally disabled adults. Their scope of work was to renovate the entire house, a full remodel ADA and finishing of the porch and deck. So just to give the committee a timeline of events, in March of last year, the Campbell Center was recommended for $377,883 in funding by the advisory committee. In December, the Campbell Center informed city staff that their board had decided to return Hamilton House funds. And the reasoning for that was they also have a project from 2020, 2021 for Alma House. housing, a permanent supportive housing for developmentally disabled adults that went out to bid, but their bid project came in way higher than anticipated, $300,000 higher than anticipated. So just this February, they sent us an official letter stating they'd like to return the funds from Hamilton House, but they would like the committee to consider applying $300,000 of those funds to close their current funding gap and move this project to completion. Now, the Alma House project request, they currently have $197,858 from 21-22. The project is permit ready, went out to bid 2 times. The first bid had 5 contractors attend the bidders conference. 1 qualified contractor submitted a bid for $493,000. So $295,000 higher than what the CDBG award amount was. So the agency decided to put out a second bid notice invitation to see if additional contractors would be interested to submit a bid. Again, the same contractor submitted the same estimate. Now, agency had only anticipated the $213,000 in Alma House project budget, and they're also leveraging a little over $15,000. So without shifting these funds over from Hamilton House to Alma House, neither Alma House nor the Hamilton House projects can be completed at this time. Now, the advisory committee has some options for reprogramming. One of the first options is to award a portion or the entirety of the $377,000 from the return funds to Alma House. Second option would be add the return funds in the amount of $377,000 to the 23-24 CIP project balance and allocate it to any community agency that submitted a new CIP project proposal for this coming year. You have a choice to do a combination of any of the above actions or an option that we haven't considered as city staff. Now, city staff does have a recommendation. We recommend alternative 3 on the report that we had submitted to the committee. Our recommendation is award the Alma House project $300,000 and see it to completion, and then add the remaining $77,883 to the CIP balance and allocate it during your deliberations later on this afternoon. That ends my presentation. Do you have any questions on staff recommendations and your options for reprogramming?
Madam Chair.
Your mic.
Mr. Avedisian, please.
If we go with your suggestion of alternative 3, which is a $300,000, would that completely cover their costs and without going over their personal or organizational allocation? Will cover everything?
So if we go back, Mr. Avedisian, if we go back to their request, so currently they have a little under $200,000. The qualified contractor submitted a bid for $493,000. So an additional $300,000 would cover the total project budget, including the $15,000 that they are leveraging themselves. So to answer your question, yes.
It was, okay. I had another question, I forgot. Go ahead. Oh.
Okay, we'll go to Ms. Manasian.
I just did the quick math though, so with the amount that they're leveraging and the $493,000 for the new bid and the old CDBG money, they would need $279,161, which would leave $98,722.50 to repurpose. So is there a reason why you're proposing $377,000 as opposed to $279,000 and $98,000?
That's a great question, Ms. Manukian. We're proposing $300,000, just to be clear, we're proposing $300,000. Now, this qualified bidder it's current now, but they're gonna have to go out to bid again. So we're just anticipating a little bit of extra cushion, just in case. We know that costs can't go up, hopefully, within a month of a bid, but we just wanted to make sure and ensure that they had enough money. Their board is aware of what's happening, and they think that this is the best option at this time.
Thank you both. Thank you, Ms. Manukian. We're going to go to Mr. Armenian and then to Mr. Garibian.
So we haven't seen the details, right, other than what's in our packet this morning on what the new pricing looks like. Is it fair to assume that staff has reviewed that to come up with this recommendation? Because all we have to go evaluate on is based upon what you have provided to the committee in your analysis, but not the usual packet of background material that we would normally see in terms of the specifics of the bid.
Right. Committee Member Armenian, we right now have $493,000 that we know is from a qualified contractor. So we're going off of that $493,000 and the discussion that we had with the executive director back in December. The executive director felt that if they received that $300,000 in addition to what they have, in addition to what they can leverage, and they've also put in quite a bit of money in design, permits. It's a little bit more than $15,000, but that was what was stated on the proposal. So we kept it at what the number that we had for CDBG. We feel that they can move forward with the project knowing what we know.
Okay, but just to answer my question more specifically, this is just a different way of doing an allocation like we're going to do later on for this year's funds. So what I'm getting at is that the committee doesn't have the benefit of reviewing it in the same manner because this is an issue of reprogramming funds, but it is a pretty substantial amount that we're talking about here if we were to go with the 300,000. So what I'm getting at is staff feels comfortable that the bid that came in and the details behind it are, valid, because you are the ones who have evaluated it, not the committee. The committee is going off of the total amounts here.
That is correct. Committee Member Armenian, members of the committee, the problem with the timing was the agency bids were done during the holidays in December when proposals are due. The executive director felt that there was no way she was going to be able to get a new estimate in that time frame. And she didn't want to, she specifically said, we don't want to put in a last minute slap together job and submit that to you. That wouldn't be fair. So they know and we know what the bid was. We saw it. We actually talked to the contractor himself and he's ready to go with it as well. So he is a qualified contractor. So we feel confident that this project will go through, and this was their first go-around. Alma House was their very first go-around for the Campbell Center. Now they've learned from this, and they are ready to return with Hamilton House in the future, knowing what they know and what they've learned from this experience.
Okay, so you've looked at the details of the bid that came in. Now, my second question has to do with, you're saying here, one qualified contractor is submitted, agency has put out a bid notice. Do they need to get additional bids in order to be able to move forward?
What they did, Mr. Armenian, was they felt that they wanted to make sure that that number, the 493, was correct, as the rest of the agencies have felt the same way, as did the YMCA. They questioned that number. And they felt that if they put in a second bid notice, maybe more bids would come in and they can evaluate and see what the average is. When they notice that it's the same agent, it's the same contractor with the same amount, they came to the realization that this is most likely the going rate. And when they found out that we're having the same trouble in city projects and other agency projects, I think they're at that point where this is the realistic number.
Okay. Final question is, going back to our earlier conversation about inflation and all these things happening, is staff also confident that with a $300,000 addition to their 197, that there's enough there that they're not going to be in this situation 2 months from now where this qualified contractor is going to come in and say, well, that was the bid 2 months ago, now it's $550,000, and now they don't have enough. I just want to make sure that you have a confidence level that the 300,000 is enough, given that the pool of funds we have to work with, and one of the options is the full 377.
Chair Quinones, Gabrielian, committee members, committee member Armenian, that is a very good question. And unfortunately, I don't think we as staff could say that in confidence that the bids will not come in higher the next time around. Ms. Kavarian, I'm not sure if you know how long the current bid, like the 493,000, was good for. So I'm not sure by the time you make this recommendation, we go to council to award the funds officially and get back to the agency, that will be, that bid will still be in effect. So do you know the answer to that?
60 days.
60 days
So
from, but when did they
It will
get it?
expire then.
It's already
I
expired.
believe Ms. Kabanjan, I'm sorry,
It's expired.
Already expired.
it's expired.
So at this point, the bid is expired, but because the agency has bid this twice and the same contractor has submitted the same exact bid, I guess the agency and staff are hopeful that that price isn't going to go up. There's no way to guarantee. And if it does go up, I think we just look to the agency to fill the gap and fund it themselves in order to proceed. And to your point, Committee Member Armenian, I think you bring up a good point in that you, the committee, haven't seen the proposals that we're asking you to fund. And in a regular, if the agency was asking for new funds, we would definitely ask them to submit the backup and the proposals because it would be a new consideration. I think in hindsight, we'll probably request that they be submitted with the packets in the future, but the reason we didn't is because they were asking to swap funds from another already funded project for their own agency. So that was the reason why we didn't think to include it as part of the packet. But I think in hindsight, for future requests, we will ask the agency to submit and attach it as backup to the report, just so you also feel confident with the numbers submitted. But because they were asking to swap funds within their own agency, essentially, we didn't think to include it. But that is a point well taken, and we'll definitely consider that for future requests.
Yeah, I mean, it's a substantial amount, 300,000. So I kind of view it in my head like it's a new allocation, and it's so much more than the original that, you know, you kind of have to start from scratch in a way to some extent for us to have the adequate background, you know, to be able to make the decision. Today, we'll have to rely on staff recommendations, but that was my other worry, is that amount of time this process takes by the time we get through council. You know, I don't want them to, you know, be held up on it, but I'll stop there and then we can deliberate when the motion comes.
Mr. Garibian, you had a question. Thank you.
So yes, I don't want to repeat what my colleague said, obviously, because I'm guessing the 197 initially was awarded. Now that we're at 400 something, is the same bolts and nuts and the concretes and everything else. It's just the number went up, but the project is the same. The architectural contractor, everything is the same, just the dollar figure is higher.
That is correct, Committee Member Garibian. The agency even came back to us asking to reduce the scope of work, and believe it or not, they were actually questioning even not to do the roofing, which we advised them absolutely not. You must do your roof before you do everything inside. So they really honestly were torn by what do we do now. They had invested a lot of money in the design work and permits. So they really are anxious and want to move forward with this project with the additional funds. So yes, the scope of work did not change. Nothing has been altered.
We
It's
don't have
exactly
the
the same.
details, obviously, because the scope is the same. We just don't see how much was allocated for concrete then, how much it is now. That's the only thing we don't see at this moment. And also for the Hamilton House, so right now, obviously, we're removing that funds at 370-some thousand. So if they apply again next year, we're looking something maybe $700,000-800,000 because of the size.
Truthfully, Committee Member Garibian, members of the committee, it would be a new estimate, a new project that would come in, a new proposal project that would be coming into us. And again, I think, like I had mentioned earlier, I believe this agency, because they're a new agency, this is the first go-around. Alma House was their first go-around. They've learned a lot from this experience. Knowing what they know now through Alma House, I think they're going to be coming in a little bit more prepared for Hamilton House and knowing what the going rates are at this point.
And lastly, I am on the board of other construction, and the bids we're getting, we are asking for at least 6 months guarantee on the price. A lot of contractors do give that out. 60 days is the smallest I've seen for a long time. Everyone's giving at least 4 months plus. Maybe again, lack of experience in their behalf, and the contractor gave a 60-day notice, but should be able to give longer period. Maybe we can put that in as a policy, that the bids are you getting asked for a few, maybe you can jack it up by 5% or something,
Sure.
and keep that in mind.
Committee Member Garibian, the reasoning behind that is because of the Davis-Bacon rates that change. What they try to do is once we receive a bid, or I should say the agency receives the bid, they evaluate it, they want to move forward with a contract with the agency and the contractor, they have to lock in that wage rate. And that's where the problem lies. So the 60 days is where we want to make sure that those rates are locked in and the agency and the general contractor are comfortable with those numbers to pay the laborers, the plumbers, the roofers.
Okay.
That's really where the problem is.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I just a follow-up question? So were we right in the cusp of having the Davis-Bacon rate changes? Is that why they were uncomfortable with at least 3 months or 4? I mean, what?
The agency, Chair Quinones Gabrielian was awarded back in 21-22. By the time they did their drawings and the plans and the permits, prices went up.
No,
So
but I'm talking about the December bid that was only good for 60 days.
we'd have to look back on what the wages were prior to that, and we'd have to do a comparison. I can't answer that now unless I do a
Okay.
comparison of the wage rates when they submitted their proposal versus what came in December when the bids came in,
Ms.
or the bid
Kavarian,
came in.
I think the chair's asking why they couldn't guarantee it more than the 60 days. Was
Right.
it because they were afraid the prevailing wages would change? Like the bids that come in, is that standard, the 60-day
Oh, no,
guarantee?
The 60 days is the rule for HUD. That's the rule. We only have 60 days that it's good for.
Oh, it's
That's
a HUD policy?
Correct.
So we can't negotiate, we can't ask them to negotiate for longer intervals then? My goodness. Well, we're having our hands tied. They have their hands tied too. Okay. Well, thank you then. Is there any other discussion? Did I hear another question?
I am. Are we looking for a motion?
Well, are we ready? We are ready. We have 4 alternatives on the table. Staff is recommending, if you look at page 4 of your packet of 4A, 4 alternatives. Staff is recommending alternative number 3. Do I have a motion, please?
I'll put a motion on that. I'll go with the staff's recommendation.
Thank you, and?
I'll second it.
Okay, got Ms. Manukian first. So we are going with alternative 3. The CDBG Advisory Committee to approve a motion recommending funding a portion of the return 377-88350 funds to the Campbell Center Alma House project and apply the remainder of the funds towards the 23-24 CIP funds to allocate to community organizations as part of our deliberation process later this morning. Okay, is
Chair-
there any other discussion?
Yeah.
Yes.
We're not mentioning the amounts. so
Right,
we-
I was going to say, could you also read into the motion the amount? So how much of the funds, is it the 300,000?
Right.
Oh, yes, you're right. Okay, so the 300, the per staff recommendation, 300,000 to be added to the Alma House and 77,883.50 to go into the CIP funds to be reallocated later today.
Thank you.
Good. Any other questions?
Do we have to add, if they're short, they have to allocate their own funds? Is that something that we have to add to this, or it's automatic, or?
Chair Quinones, Gabrielian, committee members, committee member Haribian, up to you if you'd like to put that into the motion to make sure that the agency knows they cannot come back for additional funds, but you don't have to. I think the motion basically states that the city and the CDBG funds are the amount that you just allocated, and if there's a shortage, then the agency will have to leverage that with their own funds. So it doesn't have to go into the motion, but if you want to make it clear, then you're welcome to add it to the motion.
I think we should put it in. That's my recommendation, up to my colleagues to decide, but
You made the motion, so yes, will the second agree with that amendment? I
Iris,
think it was
just
Ms.
for-
Manukian, you seconded it?
No, that was, well, yeah, that was the
Oh,
old
okay.
motion.
Oh,
But
so,
Yes.
is this a second motion or
No, just amending.
alternating the
You
first
just
amendment?
amend it.
amending the motion, and he agreed, so, sounds good. We'll add that to,
As long as the person making the motion is amending their motion.
yes.
Is that
and-
what
Yeah,
I'm
I
hearing?
did. I made the motion and I'm amending it, okay.
So adding language in the motion that anything more that is needed if the bids come in higher, the agency will need to leverage using their own funds.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Certainly. Committee members Armenian,
Yes.
Caribbean,
Yes.
Manukian,
yes,
Vice Chair Avedisian,
Yes.
Chair Quinones Gabrielian.
Yes.
And motion carries.
Wonderful, thank you. And now we go to the funding recommendations for fiscal year 23-24. Would you like to continue reading?
Sure, thank you. That would be item 4B, and I'll read it into the record. Funding recommendations for fiscal year 2023-2024 capital improvement projects. At one is conduct interviews with capital improvement applicants, deliberate, and make funding recommendations.
Great. And Ms. Kavarian?
Thank you, Chair Quinones Gabrielian, members of the committee. This is the part where we come to for our interview schedule and evaluation process. Today's is the capital improvement projects, very, very short, brief PowerPoint. We have 5 interviews scheduled today. As you know, you have proposal evaluation forms ready for you to plug in after each interview is completed. The agencies have a presentation time of 5 minutes and a question and answer period of 10 minutes. We'll do a short break before we deliberate, and then the committee will deliberate and make recommendations, and we hope to adjourn today at noon. I did want to include, as I had mentioned on Friday, the debt ratio. We had gone over the ratio calculations at Friday's meeting, and for debt ratio, as a reminder, all the agencies that were consecutively out of range happened to be capital improvement project proposal agencies. So that includes Home and Auditor Chapter, Neighborhood Legal Services, and the YMCA of Glendale. So if you have any questions today regarding the debt ratio, you may do so during the interviews for the agencies. That concludes my presentation, and we can start the interviews.
Very good. And who do we have first, please?
Yes, first on the agenda is Ascensia for Ascensia Repiping Project, additional funding.
Very good. Welcome, Ascensia.
I'm Meredith Fleischer, Director of Grants.
You can please pull it up even higher. There you go.
Okay. Again, I'm Meredith Fleischer, the Director of Grants, and today we are requesting an additional $38,424 to repipe our entire building, our access center and interim housing facility on 1851 Tyburn Street. The scope of the project will entail replacing and repairing and patching all the cold and hot water supply lines, and rerouting condensation lines for AC units and discharging to proper existing drain locations, as well as patching and repairing areas impacted by this. Okay.
that's it.
Thank you. That was a quick summary, and we thank you for that.
Okay.
That way we can have more time. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. That was a quick summary. Now we have more time for questions. So do we have any questions? Yes, Mr. Arminian.
I have a few detailed questions. I'm hoping you can answer them. Why do you need an architect in this project as opposed to just working with a plumber? Because I see, and the reason, I'll tell you why I'm asking the question.
Yeah.
In the layout of the budget, there's $24,200 allocated to architectural fees.
Yeah.
There's another $7,500 for engineering fees. And I'm doing a building repipe myself for a building that I have an interest in. And I've learned quite a bit about repiping in the process.
I might speak to
And
you
there's no
afterwards.
architects needed. There's no engineering really needed. What you really need to know is just a good plumber that knows your plumbing. So there's a lot of this additional amount
No, I.
already gets
yeah,
captured
no,
there.
And those would be costs that we would be incurring. And we first spoke to an architect because we were required to get architectural drawings to repipe the whole building. And in that process, we learned that it would be
Sorry to
helpful.
interrupt. Would you please speak closer into the mic?
Oh, sure. I do have a really soft voice, so.
And you're tall.
Yeah, sorry. So when we were getting our drawings for the repiping and everything, we realized that working with an architect would help us, with the engineering and making sure we're meeting all the milestones that are required for CDBG funding.
So an architect, this is staff, so an architect is required for a plumbing job? Who's requiring it?
Is that a
Maggie.
HUD requirement?
Maggie Kavarian. Does HUD require an architect for plumbing work?
They do not.
Oh, well, that's the first I'm hearing of this. I'm sorry. When I was working with Tamar, we were required to get architectural drawings for the piping project. Yeah.
You just needed drawings from a draftsperson.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, I recognize you're paying for it, but you're also asking for CDBG for an additional amount. So
Yeah.
that amount, if
Well,
you just
that-
add it up, you can pay for the project.
No, absolutely. Well, the fees, the request from you is not to include any of the architectural fees.
I
will
get it,
only-
but you're asking for additional funds.
Oh, no,
What I'm
that's just
saying
for
is
the
if you don't have to.
construction costs. Yeah, just the construction costs, nothing.
I know.
Okay,
Let me finish and then
Okay.
maybe you'll understand my question.
maybe.
You're spending 35,700, 24,200 of it, which is architectural fees out of your own pocket, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so if you don't have to spend the 24,200 out of your own pocket, you could apply that toward the project itself, which is the plumbing work, instead of
Yes.
CDBG funds. Because you're coming back for more funds from CDBG.
I am coming back, yeah.
Yeah.
No, because we're understanding that the construction costs will be around 70. I understand what you're saying, that since I no longer need the architectural funds, I could use, we haven't yet raised the capital funds to pay for the architectural fees. So I understand what your suggestion is, but I guess I was coming back to you for more construction costs, because I understand the project will cost more, and that is something that CDBG covers. And so instead of us using, our donors' funds and foundation funding to support this capital costs, I thought I would come to you.
I understand that. Can we please, how do we proceed? Because we need to change the percentage requested from CDBG on the form at this point, correct?
Yeah,
Or-
we're at 72%, if I'm not mistaken, right? Which, if the 38,000 is not there, that would change.
So how would it change? Can somebody do a quick?
Chair Quinones Gabrielian, just so I understand what you're requesting, are you suggesting that if the architectural fees are no longer necessary to take that out from the total project cost?
Correct.
And recalculate it?
Yes.
To see what
Isn't that
percentage of
isn't
the
that how you
CDBG
will be proceeding? You don't need an architect, so you're going to take
I
it?
don't know that yet. I believe that an architect would be very helpful in this project, in terms of what is needed. But I do take your recommendation. I certainly don't want to spend money that we don't have, right? So,
Okay.
but I'm happy to show a different percentage request. Is that what you're?
Well, it will change that percentage, but let's go on to this question
I
next.
can help you. I
Yeah,
don't know if
sure.
you know the answer to this.
Yeah.
Are you guys changing the directions and different areas of the building for repiping, or are you just doing the existing repiping? Because if you are changing it, like
We have
you're
to,
putting
I
in
do know
places.
of one
Let me finish,
area.
let me
I'm
just-
sorry, go ahead.
So if you're putting in locations that is not there, you're just coming up with new bathrooms or whatever, that's a different story. Maybe you need help. But if it's the existing ones, you're just taking one out, putting one in there. Again, from my personal experience, you don't need anyone to do that. You just need a
No,
plumber.
no, as I understand it, that there is some movement of pipes because of the way that the pipes were originally put in. There are some issues with the way that they've been put in, which is causing a lot of leaks. Like, I'm not an,
Yeah, I don't know that. I
Operations
don't see it
person,
here either.
yeah.
I'm just saying, if it is,
I
I
understand.
don't see it here if it is
Yeah.
changing, but just to help
So
also.
that's a great point, and what you're
Absolutely.
saying is, yes, it looks like there are some redirection.
Yes.
So maybe that's why the architect, so why don't we just continue deliberating based on this, because we don't have the answers. We don't have the answers.
Yeah, but I mean, you're going to end up making assumptions for which we're not getting answers, in my opinion. I'm all for repiping, don't get me
yeah.
wrong.
No, I know, yeah.
But I also don't want to see an agency end up spending money in ways that are perhaps unnecessary. I can't make the final judgment because I haven't gone in there and inspected it myself. I'm just basing it based on my own knowledge. So I'm doing a 50,000 square foot building, 12 condo units, et cetera. And what I've learned is that it's basic permitting. You don't even need plan check. And what you do need is a good project manager, which I see you've noted here.
He's supposed to be here this morning, but
Yeah, you're gonna have to blame him later.
I'm sorry about that.
But what you do need is a good project manager to manage the plumber. But if, to Mr. Garibian's point, if it's a replacement mostly of like for like, you don't really need an architect to do that. And there's quite a bit of funds you've reserved for architectural advice and et cetera. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. I'm not questioning the need to repipe. It's good to repipe, usually a building of this age, et cetera. But there's a vast range you'll get when you go into the repiping type of project. And estimates can swing $100,000 in one direction or another based upon who you're talking to. So you have to do your homework. And so, while it may give you comfort that an architect, you got an architect on it, really it's not the architect. It's you need a good, good plumber.
Contractor,
And
plumber,
a
yeah.
contractor, yeah.
Yeah, we originally worked with a plumber, and their recommendation was to repipe the entire building and replace everything with the PVC piping. But since we've subsequently done more work and had cameras, and it looks like that's not necessary for all parts of the building. So the scope of it hasn't really changed, but just our knowledge of what's behind the walls has changed.
And can you explain why you've chosen CPVC versus copper versus PEX?
A recommendation by the plumber.
Because CPVC is the high end, I'll tell you that. Most buildings do copper. They do PEX in repiping because it's easy, not necessarily the best from a long-term perspective. But CPVC, you're going to the highest end of the spectrum.
I think it was given the nature of our, of how our pipes are used, was why it was recommended. But I know we currently have copper pipes.
And in here, and I don't know if it makes any difference, they went with commercial grade because of the higher, right, temperature.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I buy that, honestly,
Okay,
based
okay.
upon what I've experienced.
All right.
It's not a temperature
So-
issue, it's a grade issue. I mean, at the end of the day, these are water pipes, right? Cold and hot water. Most of the time in construction, it's copper. Copper costs have gone up, so people go to PEX. PEX is flexible, so it's easier from a repiping type of perspective. But the PVC is very high end. I don't know why you would need that for water sources.
Okay.
Ms. Manukian.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. So about 8,000 is allocated for project management under personnel. I'm assuming that's Essentia personnel?
Yes.
So if you look at the architect's proposal, they have also construction administration
Yeah.
work. So I feel like that could be duplicate
Yeah,
work. And if,
I'm certain that once we ironed out the final scope of the project, that we would narrow down what they would be working on and what we would be working on. It's for us to have someone overseeing the project would be critical, particularly in terms of helping with supplies, overseeing and making sure that, you know, everyone is talking to each other.
but I would say that that is actual duplicate work.
Yeah.
And a waste of funds. If
Absolutely.
you have both the architect doing construction administration and personnel doing project management, it's essentially the same thing. So that's another way to kind of, you know,
appreciate
tighten
that.
the budget.
Yes, I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. So do we, yes, Mr. Ardisian?
One more question, sorry.
It's okay.
Just realized what you said, supplies, if you're a project manager or someone that from your end is gonna oversee the project moving forward, what supplies are you supplying? Or isn't the contractor supplying all the materials and the labor?
Hopefully, that's, yeah, absolutely.
That's supposed to be, right? So
That's-
that you have
that's
no
what I hope,
other
yeah.
material to purchase in order for the contractor to do this job, correct?
I'm not sure. I would have to speak to the contractor. But
Where do you see supplies? I'm just,
I'm sorry?
She
She
just
just
said-
mentioned it.
Oh, you
She just
did?
mentioned that
Oh,
supplies,
okay.
well,
I don't see them in
that
here.
the contractor is gonna win and
No, there's no supply.
acquisition.
There's no supply budget line item, is there?
No,
Oh,
you just
okay.
mentioned it, and
No,
I was like,
just
wait
saying
a
in
second.
terms of managing the materials, like particularly like the contractor might not be there every day. You know, we have to make sure that someone's there to make sure that things are where they need to be, you know. I think project management is a critical component
Oh,
to
absolutely.
overseeing this. so,
Absolutely, no,
yeah.
that I have no doubts
Oh,
about,
okay.
no question about. It was just because you mentioned that
Mm-hmm.
we may need, the project manager may need to purchase supply, or,
Like, what I
so
might- I
it's
could-
not,
What I could be meaning is like, they've opened up the wall, so we need to buy, you know, something to cover it. I haven't even gotten to the detail of like what types of, but I know once you're in a construction project that there are other costs that will incur.
it could
you
be,
know.
yes, surprises.
Yes.
What is the acquisition cost of $500? What are you
I think I
acquisition?
I removed that cost, updated budget.
Or just, the revised one, sorry.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay, I was looking at, okay. Never mind, thank you. Oh, you were looking at the $24,000 architectural cost, that actually is $33,000. So, that's
33,600.
almost half of the project cost for the architect. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And actually, I'm not sure when you say half of the project cost. The project is $231,364, correct? So there are $200,000.
No, I meant project cost, I meant
the
the
requested cost.
requested
The
cost that they're.
requested cost.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay.
I was citing the other version of it, so it's.
Okay.
It was
It's
33.6 plus
Yes.
7,500 for engineering, 20,000 plan check, 1,000 inspection, so a total of 44,000.
Right. So if the total project costs do come down, once you've, tightened up the budget, you're still requesting only construction costs, which is $70,264. That's not going to change, but the 30% might change just a little bit, right? Because it might go, the total project might go down, so it could be 33, a higher percentage, whatever it is. But so in essence, I think great discussion. And, right, is there any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. for my
Thank you.
consideration.
Thank you. Okay, we go
Can-
to
can
our
I come-
next, oh, yes.
Chair Quinones-Gabrielian, if you can
Yes.
fill in your evaluation forms, because this is
Well,
great.
yeah, why don't we do
discussion
that? Let's,
before we get to the next
So
interview.
excuse us for a minute.
think it's pretty comfortable, sorry.
If you could fill out your form while we're just. Oh, you already did, okay.
I did my homework.
Good. Thank you.
Next on the schedule is Verdugo Hills Council, Boy Scouts, for Verdugo Hills Council Community Services Center.
Welcome, the Boy Scouts.
Morning.
Good morning.
I have some additional documents that would be a benefit. I'm not sure if it's better to distribute those prior to remarks or what the appropriate format. Hopefully they're. Well, good morning. My name is Andrew Sisolak. I'm the Scout Executive and CEO of the Verdugo Hills Council Boy Scouts. Happy to be celebrating our 103rd year of scouting service here in the greater Glendale community. By a show of hands, how many folks are familiar with Boy Scouting or Scouts? Okay, so I won't go into a litany of history and all sorts of other amazing things, but all about character development, citizenship training, personal fitness, including physical, mental, and emotional fitness and resilience amongst our youth, and providing leadership opportunities and group learning dynamics in the outdoors. So valuable service to the youth of our local community. And with that, you have a project proposal before you to install a chairlift in our newly acquired location at 421 North Glendale Avenue, the site of the former Charles Music Store just up the street. So we've taken possession of that building as our new and future home for our second century of service to the local community. And we're asking for some financial support from CDBG capital funding to help with that chairlift project. It's not required for the construction. It's something we're doing voluntarily to ensure that we're best serving all members of our community. And so it basically will allow a user, it's not a full elevator, it's simply like a wheelchair lift. So wheelchair will be able to roll in with the occupant and be transported up to the second floor of the building so that they can access office space, meeting space, those kinds of things. And I think that's the gist of it. So happy to address questions. The two documents that I handed out, one is an updated bid related specifically to this project in and of itself with no other information. Also making sure that is inclusive of prevailing wages. We were asked by staff to secure that. And then the second document is a copy of our Form 940, which I inadvertently did not include with the original submission. We were transitioning accounting firms at the end of the year, so I'm learning.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So the bid has gone up $15,870.
Correct, yeah. Our initial submission actually included this project within a larger project. I had misread part of the application because it said something about project in its entirety. And so being somewhat of a neophyte to CDBG Capital, I kind of threw in everything without realizing that really it was, what we were applying funds for was the project. So this bid reflects just the chairlift project in its entirety, if that helps delineate things.
Thank you, Ms. Alexanian.
Chair Quinones Gabrielian, if I may ask, could you please clarify the proposal that you just submitted, which is the $115,870? Is that the total cost that so on the proposal revised budget that you had submitted, it said $125,000, so it's lower than what you were requesting?
Correct, yeah, so let me, just to backpedal. Original proposal, then we had a staff response time, and I only had maybe 4 or 5 business days to try and do a response, so I didn't have time to get a contractor that I wasn't going to use on the project, because that's a HUD requirement to come out and do a bid that quickly. So when I submitted, I did an estimate, best guess estimate at 125, and then we were able to secure the project proposal that you have in front of you for slightly under.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
And
yes.
Just to clarify, is your request of CDBG still the $100,000, or are you reducing it based on the percentage of the total cost?
Let's reduce it by the percentage of the total. That seems equitable. That seems fair.
Just to be sure that
Sure.
we're all clear on the numbers. So
What is that?
So what yes.
So we
I'm
have
gonna do the math right now.
80% of that number then.
80%.
Well, no, percentage or 25,000?
No, 80%.
So the request would be $92,696, and that would be 80% of $115,870. Does that sound accurate?
That sounds accurate. So that keeps it in line with the original request percentage, but takes into account the slightly lower cost.
$92,696.
It's not a round number, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. Yes, Mr. Garibian.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Thanks for coming. So, I see here the detail of the scope of the work that you have so much to do, metal framing, wood framing, demo, and so on and so forth, electrical and all that. So this whole thing is one project, including the lift,
So,
and
yeah.
you're just asking for the lift and not everything else?
Well, so again, after speaking with Maggie on staff and better understanding how this whole process works, I've never done the capital side of things before. Essentially, the lift project was included in our original visionary plan, but again, it's not required. So it was always something that was not going to be core to us getting occupancy, use of the building, and those kinds of things. So what I'm trying to do is separate that project out as a standalone project, which is why you have an individual bid for that. So I apologize for all the confusion. We are doing a significant amount of work on the building, but that would be basically excluded from anything related to CDBG, if that makes sense.
Right, because I think, initially $69,000 was part of the bid for the wheelchair lift.
Correct.
But because you're doing the entire project, because you can't just pick the lift, if it's
Correct.
framing and everything.
Exactly.
Then it's in the main scope of the work.
Correct.
A portion will be used for the lift anyway.
Correct.
But
And
who's doing that? The lift company bid or the other contractors?
So we would probably use the same general contractor, but they would have a sub, which is what we got the bid from
Just
to
for
do
the
the
bid?
to do the work.
Because the electric and
Correct.
everything is separate for this.
Correct. And then the other nuanced piece of it again is the prevailing wage requirement, which is why it's a separate bid. So the other remodeling we're doing is not necessarily subject to that, but the lift project would be.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up just based
Sure.
on two things. Number one, I think of the entire project, the lift is 3%
Yeah, so
of the
again,
entire project.
I'm a little bit of a neophyte in this. So
Okay.
I included acquiring the building, all of the TI or tenant improvement projects, like a whole bunch of stuff that really, again, I didn't understand what I was doing. So I
Okay.
apologize.
And then, thank you, though. No, that's okay. I saw that you dropped the ADA bathroom and you focused on just the lift.
Right.
But you just said that you got the bid from a subcontractor, and you just told us that a subcontractor's bid is not,
Sorry,
Well,
the
it's
GC
not
secured.
acceptable?
Sorry.
it's a qualified subcontractor then?
Yeah, so this is
Okay.
actually another general, the GC secured a bid from another GC to
Okay.
do the work. Yeah.
Perfect.
Sorry.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
Just- I
have a-
Ms. Manukian? Oh,
Clarify, Chair Quinones Gabrielian, members of the committee, Mr. Sisolak had submitted a bid for a total project budget of $3 million, which would be subject to the Davis-Bacon rule. The entire project would be subject to it. And then when we delve deeper into that conversation, I realized he just wants to do the lift. And I said, well, then you're going to have to redo your whole budget because you're not asking for funding for this entire project. You're only asking for one specific project. So I hope that clarifies that part of it.
Yes.
That's why he had to do this entire work. And thank you for bringing us that estimate because he couldn't get it to us in the 4-day period of weakness and strengths analysis response.
No, that's good. Ms.
I just want
Manukian?
to confirm, so the new proposal includes labor and material.
That's correct.
The original one from Van Crest Construction Group had an allowance for the wheelchair lift itself for $17,500. Do you have any knowledge of what the allowance is within the proposal? Is it verified that it's a reasonable allowance?
So again, we're kind of tossing out the whole Van Crest proposal because that was included with all the other scope of work. So the only real proposal is the new one that I had today, which does not have an allowance component to it. So it's
But it
just-
includes the actual lift,
correct,
right?
yes,
Not
yes,
just the
that's
construction or?
everything, soup to nuts. So
Okay.
that gets it done.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yes, Mr. Arminian.
Can you refresh my memory? Where are you moving from into
Correct.
this
Yeah,
facility?
great question. So currently, we're at 1325 Grandview Avenue. We've been there since the late 1940s when we built the original office building. And then in January of 21, the council board made the decision to sell that property, in part due to a lot of deferred maintenance with a 70-year-old building. And also, our business model has changed. We went from being very, we used to have a really big staff with a lot of clerical staff and support staff and things like that. And now we're a kind of small but mighty force. So we basically right-sized to a building that better met our needs. So this new site will have the opportunity for us to have a retail space on the ground floor with great visibility, some office space, and then also meeting spaces that we hope to be able to use both for scouting purposes, but also to other nonprofit groups or other fraternal groups in the community as well.
And I think I noted somewhere in this proposal, it says you're moving to South Glendale, but the question is to staff, this is, location is not considered South Glendale,
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
correct?
It is not South
Okay.
Glendale.
Okay.
Apologies.
Does that matter in the sense of a facility in terms of CDBG funding?
It does not, as long as the applicant information forms that are collected by the Boy Scouts Council come in with at least 60% of the participants being low to moderate income.
Okay. And then my other question, next question is, CDBG doesn't allow funding for administrative facilities. I know this is just for the lift.
Right.
How do you anticipate using this in a manner such that beyond the administrative? Because it feels, I'll be honest, it feels a little bit like it's tilted toward administrative.
Okay.
But if you could explain it,
Sure.
maybe you can shed some light on how you intend to use the facility.
Yeah, so in terms of administrative space, we're talking 3 small offices downstairs. The entire upstairs is dedicated to basically meeting spaces,
Okay.
modular spaces. So we'll have 2 smaller conference rooms, 1 larger conference space, and we'll be able to use that for Eagle Scout boards of review, merit badge workshops, scouting-related program delivery,
Okay.
and then additionally outside groups as well. And really, my vision for the space is that it becomes a gathering space for youth-serving people, whether it's tutoring, whether I can think of any organization, but I would think as an organization we've been kind of our own entity for so long that we haven't really done a good job of making our resources available to others, and so that's part of my vision for that space, is it can kind of become a community hub for anyone who needs a meeting space with a legitimate purpose of serving others.
Okay, and then back to staff, this location doesn't require, like it's not required that it be ADA compliant, or it is? Maybe one of you can answer.
Yeah, so, sorry, I'm not staff, but
No,
Maggie's
go ahead.
looking at me,
If you have
okay.
the answer, you can answer.
Yeah, so the restrooms are required, but the upstairs space, the lift is not a requirement of it. I guess based on usage and occupancy in the past versus current, it's not. But that's something we wanted to do to be more inclusive.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
A follow-up question to that. I just want to confirm that if this becomes a community center, the community can use it free of charge?
That's my goal, yeah.
Okay.
If I'm nickel and diming people for 30-minute meeting spaces, then I got bigger business problems. So my goal is to welcome others in.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I think we're done. Thank you
You guys were
very
very
much.
kind this
Oh,
year.
wait,
Thank you very
Ms.
much.
Alexandria, one more
Oh,
thing.
okay,
Did
sure.
you say you had a question, please?
No, Chair Quinones Gabrielian, I just wanted to confirm, because the proposal did say that there would be fees charged for use of the community space. I just wanted to confirm that
That is not the case. No.
what you said was, okay,
Sorry,
thank you.
apologies.
That's-
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
no fees.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you
everyone.
very much. Thank you. So let's take a minute to just complete or finish completing our forms, and then we'll continue. Okay, we're ready for the next presenter.
Okay, Okay, the next agency is Homenetmen Glendale Ararat Chapter for repairing and repaving of Parks Lot driveway/front parking lot.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Hominid Men. Hello.
Good morning,
morning.
committee members, staff. My name is Serge Grakassian. I'm the Executive Director of Homenetmen Glendale Ararat. First, just let me say thank you to the committee and staff for the past projects that we had. They were all been very helpful and necessary for our centers and our youth to be able to utilize the centers. This year, the project that we're proposing is the repaving of our parking lot, which is the parking lot, the driveway, and the area in the front of the building. Just to be clear on that, it's just a repaving. I mean, I think there was a confusion about what else we want to do by striping or lining basketball or volleyball courts, but it's just the repaving, and then the rest, you know, it would be on asphalt. So there's no additional need for anything else to do. Well, just to be precise, the parking lot is about 21,000 square feet, and there's a concrete slab of almost 14,000, which is over the wash that goes through our parking lot. So those areas have to be kind of, the asphalt has to be removed and has to be redone. There should be a 4-inch almost compaction across that 21,000. And the slope also has to be redone because for whatever reason, the slope goes for San Fernando, which is south of the center, but the water somehow gets into our buildings too. And with recent rains, you know, we had that experience that would go into the buildings because of the slope that again goes towards the San Fernando, and inadequate probably drainage that we have there. Now, the reason why it's important for us to repave the parking lot, besides the water damage and all that, is that if pandemic was any indication, we were able to use our parking lot during the pandemic phase, which means that when everything was closed, we were kind of open because our activities and events and, you know, practices to some extent were run at our in our parking lot. So we were able to continue with our activities even during pandemic, and we realized that, well, maybe that's something that we need to kind of work on that because we also have a very large increase of membership. So we're running out of space. We don't have enough gyms. Actually, we were talking to GCC in order to be able to maybe get a few gym times from them. So in our opinion, to have the possibility in order to run some of our activities in our parking lot would help us tremendously, and we'll be able to add kids to our program. However, right now, I think you have those pictures. There are a lot of potholes, damages, cracks, and it's kind of a little bit dangerous for our kids to run around and have their activities. We also house the Homenetmen's Harash program. So there are kids with special needs. So we have, you know, they're using our one of the gyms, and to get in and out, and also for them to have the possibility to use the outdoor for their activities. So I think that would be also helpful. So that's just our proposal for this year. And again, we appreciate the fact that previous projects that we proposed have been approved. As a matter of fact, we're working on one of them right now, which is the roof and the air conditioning. And recent rains, we had a lot of leaks in both our gyms, and we had some issues there. So again, thank you for the consideration, and if any questions, if I can answer.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I know that we're going to have lots of questions,
Sure.
and you just gave us a great segue. So why don't we start?
Sure.
Mr. Garidi, yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for coming. So thanks for the presentation. Obviously, during the COVID time, yes, my kids use the asphalt a lot. I could tell by their hands and everything, so it needs to be redone. But obviously, our main issue has been so far the projects that you had so far, and you're just behind schedule for many reasons. I don't want to get into details now, obviously. And we're just adding to these things. And that's becoming an issue because, again, we're taking away from another agency just to allocate to agencies that are just accumulating funds and not using. So that is a main concern for us. And also overbidding, that the bid that you have, is it going to change by the time you start the project and you're going to come back for funds? These are issues we're going to ask for every agency, obviously, especially with the larger numbers and major constructions versus smaller ones. So I need you to get into the details and sort of satisfy us with what's going to happen with this stuff. I saw the leaks, even though you had funding for the roofs, and I was there with the buckets, I saw them. So these are also issues, and the bleachers and so on and so forth. And lastly, I want to just say it, and then you can respond to all of them. You mentioned earlier for the challenged, physically challenged, you don't have it in your official reports who you represent. It is not part of your policy. You just have for youth and scouts and sports. You don't have it written officially. That's also part of your program as well. So I want to make sure you add that into your paperwork, that what the organization does as far as what who you help with. So I want to make sure that also goes in there, because I know it expanded, especially the last couple of years, and it's growing and it's becoming much bigger, which is fantastic. I mean, it's been years we've been waiting for such program, and getting it there and expanding it it's a great idea, but I want to make sure you implement it, that it is part of Home Improvements project as a whole. Thank you. Those are my questions.
You're referring specifically to Hirashk, right?
Yes.
That's the program for children with physical disabilities.
Right,
Yes.
but it's not part of their standard policy or standard, Okay, thank you.
Very good. And I think Mr. Oh, go ahead, please respond.
Commissioner Arabian, committee members. So we have, I think, 4 projects that are still waiting. Those projects were all approved before pandemic. And I think in 2019, and then pandemic happened and everything went dead. The only project that we were able to do during pandemic was the gym divider. And it took us 9 months to get a sign up from the city of LA at that time to get it done, to finalize it and record it and so forth. So it took us 9 months, and with the staff's help, we were able to locate the right person, the right building, the right time to get in, and so forth. So those were the main challenges for us. It's just, we couldn't do it because nobody would touch anything. So at that point, we had those 2 projects, and we had also the bleachers. So the bleachers, I think the amount approved was $65,000. Last time when we asked someone to come and tell us how much that would cost, it was over $150,000. So something that we couldn't do, and we talked with the staff that maybe we just have to give the money back in a sense, or maybe add to another project, but apparently it's not possible, or we talked about that issue. So as far as bleachers, it's not a priority for us at this point, and we talked about that with the staff. But again, those 2 other projects, one is 2 of them are on the way now. We're waiting for the contractors to bid on the amount that was approved before pandemic. I mean, it's pretty hard to find nowadays someone that would touch certain projects because of the pricing. So we had 2 bid walks, and we're gonna have the 3rd one hopefully, and I think we're gonna get one general contractor that will do it. So hopefully by maybe summer, those 2 projects will be done. Next ones are the bathrooms, and the proposal that we have now. We just don't want to accumulate our project because for the sake of accumulating, it's just we have those needs. And if we just need to apply, and if they're approved, we'll do it as soon as possible because we want to get them done. Right now, as you mentioned, the roofs are leaking, and it's for our benefit to do it quickly. It's just not happening because, again, it's hard to find people that would bid on a project approved in 2019, price-wise. So, but we're working hard to find those people that would take on those projects because, again, as I said, it's just the need. It's not, we don't take pride on accumulating projects and getting approved. It's just, well, that doesn't help. We just need to get them done. So that's the reason.
Thank you for responding. I think we funded the flooring a while back, right? Years back, we funded for the basketball court flooring. Now you have leaks, we don't want to damage the floorings, and then fast for flooring, then it's just it's a chain reaction of the. And you mentioned the bleachers. I assume you already spoke probably for this year is too late to do those numbers. I don't know if it is or not to allocate that to any of their projects, but that's something.
If Mr. Gurakoskin can speak on behalf of his board and let us know how he wants to proceed.
I mean, if we
With
can
the
allocate to,
bleachers.
I'm sorry, if we can allocate to another project, we don't have any issues with that because, again, bleachers are not our priority at this point.
Thank you.
Okay. And I just want to also make sure that I confirm, you said the restrooms and the roofing would be done by this summer, by the end of this summer? Or is it the HVAC?
HVAC and the roofing.
Will be done by the end of this summer. Okay. So that we know the timing for that. The bathrooms are still
It's for next year, I would assume.
next year. Okay. So I think Mr. Armenian had a question.
You have a few. So can you explain why the bleachers are not a priority?
Well, I mean, again, probably a year and a half ago, we did some repair work on that with our own, funds. And then at this point, if the project was 65,000, we won't be able to allocate another 100,000 of our own funds to redo it. So, I mean, bleachers are in fair shape. I mean, they're safe, secure and all. So, but that whole idea of having, automatic, bleachers and so forth, it's just at this point, we think that, the funds are not there. So why, spend on something that we can maybe otherwise spend on more important projects?
It just seems that that's more of a facility use kind of project than a parking lot. I've been in the parking lot. As a parking lot, it's not bad, it seems to me. So I'm just questioning why you wouldn't ask for the additional funds you might need for the bleacher, and you've deprioritized that. That's why. So the bleachers are functional at this point?
Yes.
Okay. And then this question's to staff. Which of these projects are any of them at risk in terms of the amount of time that's passed on them?
None of the projects at this time are at risk because they started in 2019. So when we take 2019, add 7-year period of performance, that should give you at least, they'll be good till 2026. So September 30th, 2026 would be the bleachers project that would be at risk for recapture.
Which at this point, they're questioning whether or not they're even going to do it.
Correct.
Okay, so if they were to return those funds, when would those funds come back? The next cycle? At this point?
If they were to return the funds today, we could actually include that in our deliberations and include that in the pot of money of previous funds that have been returned. And
So if they say today that we're returning the funds, we could factor that in and program it toward this purpose, including this purpose amongst others.
This purpose, what do you mean?
Well, they have a parking, right? It would go back into the pool of money.
So to increase the amount that they're requesting for the parking?
No, what I'm saying is if they're returning the amount that was for the bleachers originally, that would go back into the pot of money that we have to work with. They're asking for new money in terms of parking lot, so we could include those return funds as basically it's reprogramming. That's why I'm asking whether or not that can be accomplished today, or is that a future cycle?
Chair Quinones, Gabriel, and members of the committee, committee member Armenian, should the agency tell us right now that they are returning the funds and that they don't need the bleacher funds, we can definitely modify our worksheet to add additional funds to be considered during the deliberation and up to the committee on where it goes. If the agency is not sure whether by 2026 the bleachers will become a priority and will need to be done, they could get back to us at a later date and be considered for the next cycle. So I guess to answer your question, yes, we could plug it into the funds available to be reprogrammed today to avoid coming back at a later date for another report.
And the reason I'm asking that is because we're being told today that it's not enough funds anyway to do that project. So unless they were going to put in their own money to fill in the gap, that project cannot be done with the currently CDBG allocated amount. So that's why I'm going to finish my questions, and then you can decide if you're ready for that decision in the moment. I will say, there's one, so I wanted to clarify this too. So in the documents, it says, for the parking lot, it says expansion to update and resurface outdoor lot and turn it into an outdoor sports court to hold basketball, volleyball, and soccer. Is that, so you said you're not striping, so is that really?
I mean, it will be just striping and lining, because we used to have it several years ago. I mean, when we started our activities in the center, we had a basketball court there, right in the middle of the parking lot. So it will be just, it's just striping and lining. There's no additional surface adjustment or anything else. It's just, when we can park cars, we'll park cars. When, we can use them as basketball or volleyball court, we'll use it.
So just so I understand, there's striping for the parking.
Right.
You're going to do striping for these additional sports uses as well?
Yeah.
Are there basketball hoops or any of that kind of equipment?
We have removable.
Portable?
Portable, yeah.
Okay. And then, okay, the rest I'll hold to when we go to deliberation. Thank you.
We have a question? Yes, Ms. Manukian.
And so the use of the parking lot, isn't it true that the scouting activities are also held on the parking lot on Sundays?
Yes. Scouts are using the outdoors, as much as we can provide them. They also use the park, but, most of the time they're in our center and they use the parking lot for their activities.
And so from all of the factors that you've included in the report and in your oral presentation, my understanding is that the parking lot needs to be repaved because of the sloping, causing water to intrude into the building and causing water damage. That's one reason. Another reason is the Hurashk activities for the disabled. The current condition of the parking lot makes it difficult for them to have access to the building, and for the sporting activities, correct, which only require additional striping, and you have the hoops or the net, whatever it is that you need to use that space for sporting activities.
Right. If I can answer Member Armenian's question about the funds.
Yes.
I have the board approval to forfeit that
Return.
hopefully
Return.
toward our project, but if it goes to
Don't
the
forfeit,
community, we're
return.
okay with that too.
And just to clarify, that's according to the document, staff provides $60,638.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct. $60,638 for fiscal year 2019.
Okay, and so can staff validate that that they can put it back into the pool? that we can consider for allocation for
They
this?
may put it back in the pool, and we will include that in deliberations into the worksheet
Thank
for
you.
consideration.
We have another question.
Just a quick for the staff, is this something goes to the pool, or we can allocate or transfer, I should say, from one project to another versus going to the pool? Meaning, if they're doing this, can I give that funds allocated towards the 200-some thousand they're asking for?
I think that's an excellent question, so that we can also be as fair as we've just done for between Hamilton House and Alma House, to make sure that we don't just give these up, that we keep them here for Home and Edmond.
Yes.
Yes.
Chair Quinones Gabrielian, members of the committee, it is a majority vote, so you are welcome to identify and allocate it to the project should you choose to. It is up to you as a board to agree that that's what you would like to do with these funds, but yes, you may do that.
But I think what's being pointed out here is previously, we actually passed a motion specifically for a return or a transfer of funds from one project
Correct.
to another. I think what you're saying is just in the general deliberation process, when we go to allocations, we can factor in the 60,000 and say at minimum, you know, we're going to transfer that much amount, and then, because their request is much more than 60,000.
Correct. So with the other report as well, with a Hamilton and Alma House report, you had multiple options. Staff recommended one of the options, which you as a board chose to go with. You were welcome to put that into the pot and give it to another agency as well. So similarly, because this is not a standalone report, you would essentially do the same thing, but you would do it as part of the deliberation should you, the majority of the board, choose to do that. But yes, absolutely, you would identify when you get to that item during your deliberation, you could definitely identify that that amount that was just released is being specifically allocated to the agency. But just to understand, the request is still the same. The amount is not increasing. So the request for the parking lot project is still the same. Okay. So when you do allocate the amount that's being requested, assuming you're going to do so, you would specify that those are funds that are coming from a previous fiscal year. And we'll plug it into the worksheet so it's clear and you could see where that amount is coming from. But yes, you may do so.
Yeah, but we'll do that in the end at the deliberation. Right now, we don't need to put a motion or anything like that.
Up to you. If you'd like to do it now, we could take it as a separate item, but most probably we could do it at the end because this is not a standalone report, so you're not making decisions right now on any one specific proposal. So it would be best that we hold it and do that as part of the deliberation because it's not a standalone report.
Okay.
But you could pass a separate motion or you could do it as part of the larger deliberation because you're going to consider.
I feel, I think that I would take staff's recommendation and look at it as a whole, and then do it later during deliberation. That way, we've seen how we proceed, but we know that this funding comes from Home and Edmond, and we're leaning. It sounds like we're leaning
I just would
towards keeping it
I
there.
would just want to make sure that it's clearly marked
Yes.
in our worksheets that that amount of it is part of the return. Because like I said, depending on how much of this we are able to fund at the end, I just want to make sure that the 60,000 doesn't get lost in the larger number, that we clearly say Home and Edmond returned the 60,638 and we're applying it to the parking lot, and then we can go from there in terms of what additional possibilities there may be.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But I had one more technical question.
Yes.
From him. You mentioned about resurfacing only. No, bless you. So, and you're going to use for scouts. So that means those concrete blocks for parking lots that you don't have now, it will not go in place. The reason I'm saying that because I've seen a lot of people when they park, they don't back out just like regular, they just go over it, and there are a lot of kids over there. So definitely those concrete blocks that stops the cars, it would be my recommendation to do. But if you're gonna be active as scouts or that could be a problem, but see if there's a way you can manage those parking spots in a way that they cannot just drive straight up. And because as I say, kids are very much going in and out of the cars over there is dangerous. So just resurfacing, you might have potholes, which I see now, is it gonna damage the concrete, I mean, the asphalt in the future? So I would say, instead of just resurfacing, make sure you do a little bit more than that, compacting and all that stuff, so you have a even asphalt, so in a couple of years from now, it will not be potholes again. And consider that concrete blocks, I definitely recommend.
Sure, good point.
Stoppers, yeah.
Right,
Thank you.
very good.
I saw it in the proposal, the stoppers.
Was it in the proposal?
Yeah.
I saw it in the proposal.
I didn't see it because I.
Good.
I saw it in the proposal, the stop,
The
parking
stops, yeah.
stops. So,
But we'll come up with some ideas that will be, you know,
Yeah, because you.
Maybe more
workable in a
creative.
sense.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Any other questions? No?
No.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
So let's take a minute, please, while we finish the form and get ready for the next presenter. Okay. Oh. behind. Okay. Thank you. We're ready. We're ready for the next presenter, please.
The next agency is Neighborhood Legal Services of Los Angeles County for public safety improvements to NLSLA parking lot.
Welcome, Neighborhood Legal Services.
Good morning, committee members and city staff. I'm Yvonne Maria Jimenez. I'm the CEO of Neighborhood Legal Services of LA County. And with me this morning is Neil Darvitz. He's the former director and assisting on this project. Neighborhood Legal Services is a legal aid organization that provides free legal services to low-income individuals and families residing in LA County. Our administrative offices and program office is located here in the city of Glendale. We work in those areas that most impact the poor in civil matters, housing, public benefits, immigration, family law, domestic violence, and so on. Our proposal is seeking funds to rehabilitate and upgrade the parking lot, 8,600 square foot parking lot adjacent to our building. It has not been renovated at all since we purchased the building about 20 years ago. It presents risk to pedestrians and others who use the parking lot. It has a number of potholes and cracks that pose a risk for pedestrians that are using the parking lot. The parking lot is used by our staff and also after hours by the surrounding community. The parking lot also needs to be rehabilitated. We have two entrances to the parking lot, one off of Chevy Chase, just off of Adams, and one on Park, just off of Adams. And it's become a hazard with the traffic that's on Chevy Chase. So we're proposing that we close one end of that driveway on Chevy Chase and near Adams, and have the other off of Park be the entry and exit to the parking lot. We also want to beautify the parking lot. We're one of the few just concrete surroundings that we have around our building. There are trees that the city has brought in along the curbs and in the neighborhood, but in that parking lot there is no shade. There are no green trees. We also want to restripe and reset the parking lot so that it's upgraded for our staff and our community as well. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you very much. We have questions, correct? Yes, Mr. Armenian?
So you serve all of LA County, right?
We do, and our administrative and program office located here in Glendale, so we also serve Glendale residents.
Okay. So are you seeking funding from other sources from outside of Glendale since you're serving LA County?
We have unrestricted funds right now in hand that we will use for this project. So we're leveraging those funds to do so. Most of our funding is grant contract funding, so it goes to the delivery of services. Over 90% of our funding is focused on the delivery of free legal services.
So I'm seeing from the updated Exhibit B, you're seeking 64% of the project funding
Yes.
from this CDBG.
Yes.
36% is coming. Can you give us a little more detail about where it's coming from, the 36%?
We raise donations and contributions, and so we do have some unrestricted funds that we will leverage for this project, and we will apply those funds. Those are not grant funds. They're not funding that we receive for the delivery of services. It's unrestricted money so that it could be used for other purposes.
Have you tried seeking funding from LA County or other cities within LA County since you serve LA County in
Not
terms
for
of
this
CDBG money?
Not for this specific project, but we have for other projects. We do a lot of cultivating and nurturing relationships among the Board of Supervisors of the county to obtain funding for the legal services that we provide. And the county provides us probably around 2 million in funding just for legal services. So it's difficult sometimes in seeking monies for capital improvement projects.
Why are you seeking it from Glendale only? That's kind of where I'm going with this, is since you're serving a wider, and you're coming to City of Glendale specifically for capital dollars, I would think that you could source additional funds from other places as well, so that it's a little bit more of a shared cost burden.
If I may, I believe in the Community Development Block Grant Program that the county gets money to use, and they use their CDBG money in unincorporated areas of the county. And this county money doesn't apply to the cities, where the cities get their own CDBG money. So, for example, we have an office in Pacoima, and we have used City of Los Angeles CDBG money for that office. So I think if we seeking CDBG money, the City of Glendale, because that's where our building is and serves that community, that's the only place we could apply for CDBG funds.
Have you approached Supervisor Barger's office for assistance for potentially capital dollars?
Not for this particular project, no.
Okay. My second kind of subject that I'm interested to hear from you about is you mentioned that the parking lot is used after hours for community purposes. Can you be more specific? Is it for businesses in the area? Is it for residents? How's that actually controlled?
It's both. I would say that Monday through Friday, there's a lot of business from Arts Bakery that's located right next door, and we freely share the premises with the bakery. It's very busy after hours. Residents park their cars there, so on any weekend, that parking lot is pretty full from the surrounding residences and apartment houses in that community.
Okay. Is the Arts Bakery contributing anything?
No. We own the property, so...
Maybe you should ask them too, since they're benefiting from it as a business.
They're a small business. What they have contributed to at times is our security guard. We do have to have security because of the use in the parking lot during the day, and they have offered to do that. We own the property, and so I have not approached them about contributing for this capital improvement project, since it is owned by our organization.
It would seem that they're a beneficiary if we were to fund this for repurposes, and while we want to do a community benefit at the same time, if a business is benefiting, they ought to maybe consider contributing. It's a thought.
Perhaps. I think that it is a family-owned business, that it would be a minimal contribution that the family business could contribute.
I wouldn't make that assumption. They're a quite successful business. Thank you.
Well, I would actually like to comment on that. I'm sorry to disagree with you, but the security guard that's there, in my own experience, because I do frequent that bakery quite often, they tell us we cannot park as customers of Arts Bakery in the parking lot. So I don't see why they would be contributing to a parking lot where its customers are prohibited from using. And I'm surprised that you said that they do use it, because every time I've gone, and I've gone often, I've been told by the security guard, you cannot park here. So
it's limited use. They use it after hours and on weekends. No one else other than our staff and the library staff on the corner uses a parking lot on Monday through Friday during business hours, 8:30 to 5:30.
And as a follow-up, you own that entire parking lot, but there are other businesses, and your proposal is to close the Chevy Chase driveway and have the entrance from the back. During Monday through Friday work hours, it's not a small parking lot. So none of the other businesses are allowed to use it during those times. Does it get full during those times? Because I've seen it be not full most of the time.
It's full generally these days. Now that we've come back from the pandemic, more and more that parking lot is full. And library staff is back, so they're also using the spaces that we've allotted to them. And the reason we're closing off the driveway on the Chevy Chase side is because it does present a hazard.
Okay. One last question. I didn't see in the packet any proposal from an architectural firm or a general contractor in terms of the cost of this project that you've represented in the budgeting. Did you do the homework to make sure that this cost is supported by a proposal or any research that you've done with an architect or a contractor?
All of that proposal was done by an architectural firm, NAC Architect. They're a firm that we've used for many projects, including the renovation of the building itself. We would have to bid out a contractor, but those numbers are based on what the architects indicate are the reasonable costs of the project.
The reason I ask is because the other packages had some sort of documentation to substantiate the amount anticipated for the project.
I think there is the architect's proposal was included with ours. The architect's budget, right, from the architectural firm.
Is this ledger the architect's work?
Right, yes.
Okay. It didn't have any title on it, so I couldn't tell who had prepared that.
It was described in the written report. I'm sorry, it didn't have their logo on it.
Thank you.
Can you remind me the square footage one more time? I don't see it here.
8,600 square feet.
Total.
For the parking lot.
8,600 square feet.
Okay. We have a question, a remark or comments?
Yes, Chair, I do have a question for clarification if the committee's done with their questions, but I don't want to go before this.
Oh, I have questions too. I have some questions.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, thank you. I do want to remark that one of your tenants is the library, correct?
city- yes,
So
that's correct.
City's library, the Adams Square
That's right.
area, and they do utilize the parking lot during the Monday through Friday
Yes, they do.
business hours as well.
Yes, we have
Okay.
parking for their staff.
Okay, very good. I like the fact that you're going to be able to keep the gates open on the weekends or after hours. And I have to say that I love Arts Bakery. I'm there a lot, more than I need to be, and I've been able to park there, not during business hours, but after your regular hours, and the bakery's open a lot, longer than that and during the weekend, so I've not had a problem. Let's see, the other... I think I forget, but that's it then. Yes, Mr. Avedisian.
Sorry.
Oh, I thought you had your...
Have you checked with the city in regards to the closing of the driveway? Would it be allowable if you are just planning on something and not knowing that? Because driveway, it's a little bit different than it's just putting a light gate on it or something, if closing off the driveway. So you haven't done any homework with the city knowing that that would be allowable to close the driveway?
Not yet. No,
Not
we
yet.
haven't.
Okay, because I see a problem. I don't think that the city will allow it to change, because I know other businesses in the area, in the city, that try to close one side and use it, in and out in one direction. It was very hard, or it's not allowable. So that would be something that I would suggest, because then that would also change your cost, if closing or not closing, and how you're going to determine the parking direction of the striping and all that stuff, and maybe gating it or putting some sort of a control gate in it. That will also change your cost. So whatever cost you have here, I would think that you should look into it right away before even moving forward. And you're not anywhere close to signing up a contract and moving forward.
No,
As
not
you say,
yet.
you're
No,
not-
and I appreciate your remarks. We view it as a safety hazard. We've had a lot of near miss. Actually, we did have an accident. Turning into that driveway off of Chevy Chase, people, trying to avoid rear-ending somebody. There's a significant number of individuals that use it, and so that's what was our thought in closing one side and leaving the other open. But we certainly, obviously, will be working with the city
on that design.
Right, thank you.
You know, I had just one, is the library open on the weekends? Is that particular library branch?
I'd have to check. I've worked with Mr. Schaefer. I know that they are during the week. And I'd have to check on weekends. It used to be pre-pandemic that they were open part of the day on Saturdays. And they have returned fully. While they were shut down, they didn't have staff there. We suspended rent payments during that time because they weren't using the building. But they're fully back as of last year, latter part of last year.
All right.
And so I think they are resuming operations on Saturday, but I'm not sure.
All right, I'm going to ask a member of the audience who's Mr. Adam Square. So is that library open in the weekends?
Not usually, because it costs too much to keep time and a half people open.
Okay, thank you so much, thank you.
Can I
And
just
now-
add to your question about that? I did check with the city permits about this plan. What we were told is that, and I think it's in our application form, that we do need a city permit in order to widen the driveway in the back on Park Street. And we had to consult with Public Works about replacing the curb, but no one advised us that we couldn't close it. They just said Public Works would have to be involved in replacing the curb.
That would be the construction part of it. Public
Right.
Works comes in during the construction and replaces the sidewalk or the curbside. Public Works does that. You don't do it, or your contractor doesn't do it in reality. It's just the closing the driveway completely, that's my concern and question, that it might not be very suitable to the city, or even if you're saying safety-wise, because in and out might be an issue. Just to consider.
Good. Any other questions from the committee members? Ms.
Chair
Alexandria?
Quinones?
Yes, Ms.
Go ahead.
Which one?
To give you an update and to give the committee an update, on the city's website, Library Connection at Adams Square is open for in-person services Mondays through Thursdays, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay, so after hours, it is there. That's good. You're able to use that part.
Chair Quinones, Gabriel,
Yes,
members of the
thank
committee, I think Committee Member Avedisian asked my question. My concern was, have they talked to the city, and what potential challenges will that raise before we proceed with the funding the project, in case there are delays? Because I know that it is residential in the back, and pushing traffic onto the residential street might be a concern for the city. So I wanted to ask that question, so thank you for that.
Okay,
You did.
all right.
That's exactly my direction.
Very good. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you very much to the
Thank you.
presenters. Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
So we could just have 1 minute, please, to fill out these forms. Friday, library, after hours. I think we're ready for the next presenter.
Okay, next is YMCA of Glendale for fiscal year 2023-24, first floor all-inclusive locker room project.
Welcome, YMCA.
Nice to be with all of you today.
Good.
Chairperson Gabriellian and Commissioners, I'm David Vire. I am the Chair of the YMCA of Glendale Board of Directors. And I'm joined by Richard Dell and Harris Shapiro, our architects for the project, and Beth Cropper, Chief Operating Officer, and Robbie Metzler, our Membership Director. We are here today to thank you for your past support and to seek your continued support and understanding of our special project. Your support has shown you recognize that the Y is committed to strengthening community through youth development, through healthy living, and through social responsibility, and that you are aware that we are about ensuring everyone is served and has the opportunity to reach their full potential through our YMCA and its services. We are for and serve all. The author of Fit Nation says our collective attitude toward exercise in this nation has shifted dramatically over the last century. The author further identifies that while most people now agree exercise is good for physical and mental health, there is fitness inequality to address so that working out is not an unaffordable luxury. And that's where our Y fits in, and your community services also. In an LA Times article, she noted that all of our health drama and trauma that we've been through the last 3 years brings new urgency to the importance of preventive health, fitness being a part of that. And she says she hopes that fitness inequality that's been intensified by the pandemic will be redressed with policies that prioritize pools, parks, and recreation centers. We are fortunate to be in a city with a Y and city leaders who partner and join together to continue with those high priorities. Today, we are seeking additional funds so that we can complete our plans for an all-inclusive locker room. Converting our girls' and boys' locker room into a large family locker room on the first floor that will provide accessibility and a place in which members feel like they have a safe, inclusive, and comfortable place with privacy to shower after a workout. We think this is very important for our service to all. CDBG and the City Council have already approved money for this project, and we appreciate that. And we have raised $300,000 from foundation grants, and to date have used close to $200,000 of our own funds for the YMCA designated for capital projects. Unfortunately, construction costs have increased significantly since our original presentation to you, the CDBG. This project is a high priority for the YMCA of Glendale Board as we seek to ensure everyone has the opportunity to reach that full potential and to join with the city to reduce fitness inequality and address key CDBG priorities of senior services, health services, youth services, services for the developmentally and physically challenged, and indoor community services. We believe we can do much more to serve and to redress the inequality of fitness by the addition of this particular all-inclusive locker. And we'll be pleased to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure that we have several questions.
I've got lots of people to
You have
answer.
questions? And you've got lots of people to answer them. And thank you. Mr. Avedisian.
Good morning and welcome, Dr. Dwyer. See your full force here, ready to kill. How far out are you? And know you have some funds ready. How far are you out to actually implement the project and start it? I know in your proposal, part of it that was presented, the bid form, was like saying 155 days to complete the project. So where are we in that time frame? Are we in that time frame, or we're just starting from zero?
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much for engaging us again. Once again, we really support what the Y is doing, but more importantly, we really thank you for your continued support on the project. First question is how far we how far are we out on our financial goals? That request is what will bring the project to fruition, the 546. Falling short of that, the Y will have to go back to the board, they'll have to find other funds and other sources, but they are committed to do the project. With regard to the time frame, the project's RTI, that's ready for permits. The contractors, as you've seen in the report, we've gone out to bid 3 different times. The one contractor that showed up twice, and the only contractor that showed up twice. We have vetted him and feel he's qualified to do the project and finish it. His bid is about, I think it was $1.1 million, something of that nature. He's prepared to move forward, and we're ready to go. The time frame is still relatively on track with regard to the construction time frame, but we have seen dramatic changes over the last 3 years with the pandemic. A lot of projects went on hold for financial reasons and for timing and for accessibility for materials. We just happen to be at a good time at this point in time, if we get the funding, to move forward. But we're ready to go. There isn't any other approvals or anything that we need to move forward. We're prepared to move forward immediately. Once Congress approves the funding, we go back, do a contract with the city set up, but we're prepared. There's no other preparations required other than the processing with regard with the city. Did I answer your question, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, Homer.
May I ask a follow-up question, just to make sure that I understood the answer? So you're designed, you're ready to permit, and you have a contractor, and you had a bid. Is the bid still valid?
Yes,
It's still valid?
We've been working with the contractor. The last bid came in, the third bidding process, I believe, took place in January. And so the numbers are relatively warm. They're not cold yet. We've been working with the contractor. He is prepared to hold his numbers for another 60 days based on the funding. If the funding gets approved, we should be able to lock our contractor into those numbers. He's been very receptive. We value engineered the project after the second bidding process, and we were able to take out $100,000 out of the cost of construction without jeopardizing the functionality and or the design or the quality of materials. So we've done everything we can to bring the number down. Unfortunately, the cost of materials have just skyrocketed. It's a sophisticated little project.
Yeah.
And the foundations that have provided us support of the $300,000 have all committed to stay and not drop back because we're not able to start right away. They are. So that money is there, and we are prepared as a board to continue, if necessary, to find additional funds. But we are ready to start.
Great, thank you. Mr. Garibian.
Doctor, thanks for coming. Thanks for presentation. So you answered portion of, so you are going to cover the shortage if there is a shortage, so you're not going to come back with additional fundings, obviously. That was my main question. I think you just mentioned that. You mentioned you're doing it for safety and so on and so forth for the bathrooms and the lockers. Do you have any 3D format of what is going to be the drawings of it? I mean, I see the drawings, but more of a 3D format. What's going to be the difference? How are you going to do safety in the locker and bathroom?
As you know, we can't put cameras in. A lot of cities are being sued currently because of transgender actual use of the bathroom. People are not comfortable going into showers or letting their children go into showers unaccompanied. But we're seeing the trends in restaurants and other projects that the toilets and the shower spaces are now private. You go in, you disrobe, you shower, you robe, you come out. The sinks are shared, the lockers are shared. No one disrobes in a public forum anymore. They're able to shower and disrobe in a very private setting, the toilets and the showers. There's one specific company that makes these partitions such that we can put them on the floor, cameras and phones can't be slipped underneath them for obvious reasons, pedophiles, things of that nature. That security is now a major issue within the country. People going in, taking pictures where they shouldn't be taking pictures, parents not wanting their children to be left unaccompanied going in. They're coming off the pool, they want to take a shower after that. Well, the parents have to go with them. If you're male or female, mom or dad, going into a shower, opposite sex, that's a little awkward. Now add the mixture of transgender into that. Now people are feeling uncomfortable not knowing what gender that individual might be, creating a great deal of havoc. City of San Luis, City of San Jose, other cities are being sued specifically for those reasons because most people aren't comfortable with those cultural shifts. These showers and toilets specifically allow us to address the fact that you can do this in private, plus the security of having men and female in the bathrooms watching their kids through the entire process. They're not abandoning their young children, bringing the children in to work out, to swim, et cetera, getting the youth involved in that type of activity is critical for the health of the community, which means parents, if they don't feel comfortable bringing their kids, they're not going to bring their kids to the Y. That's what the community outreach is. That's what these bathrooms are specifically designed to do, to cover that gap, because of cultural shifts. That's what this is. It's a response to cultural shifts.
Yeah, so I want a detailed explanation. That's great, because also because of the type, are you allocating more space because the type of the showers versus you used to have like back to back next to each other? Now you have a room, so do you allocate more space, or you're gonna have less stalls and bathrooms and showers?
Our fixture count remained the same. That was part of the code requirement. We couldn't cut the showers or the toilet fixture count down. We've taken the men and women's bathrooms and literally merged them, so now we have more foot space, more real estate per se. But the showers are designed so one can't linger in it. They're not widely showers. They're about 3.5 foot wide by about 5 feet, enough for 2 people to get in. Inclusive in that, we have 2 separate family shower ADA bathrooms and showers. Somebody can take a family, can go in and disrobe and have somebody assisting someone with a disability to be able to change, still be in a wheelchair, plus shower in that room. There are 2 of those. So when Mr. Vicar talks about totally inclusive, that's what these bathrooms do and the locker rooms do. No one can be turned away. But more importantly, the security of having everybody watching this, because we can't put cameras in. Law prohibits that, you can imagine that. But it's the trend. We're going to see more of these. Corporate YMCA's embrace this. We're not the only one doing it. But more importantly, we're seeing it in restaurants and the private sector also.
And did that affect the cost in any way, the type that you're doing, or no, that has nothing to do with the construction?
Not really.
So is the construction, it's irrelevant of what kind you're doing, it's cost, it's cost?
Yeah, there's nothing specific. The only thing that's really abnormal, you might say, with regard to the project are the partitions. The partitions are one manufacturer on the East Coast, the only ones that make it. They are bulletproof. In other words, they're functionally, they will take a beating. But more importantly, they go to the ceiling and back to down to the floor without rotting. They're not set in metal, so these types of phenolic panels are specific for this and are stout enough to be able to take the abuse and the closing and the number of use and the frequency. We know it will stand up for it. But more importantly, the privacy they provide, that we can close the sides, the floor, and the top, so a thin foam can't be slipped underneath that. That was a major concern, and we've mitigated those concerns with these panels. So the only thing that's really abnormal about this are these specific phenolic panels. They're composite, they're a good inch thick.
Those panels versus drywall, waterproof, and tile?
None of that. These are scrubbed down, they're bulletproof. In other words, we didn't put tile. The back water walls are tile, but the other partitions are these phenolic panels that have been proven in the industry to stand and weather these types of uses.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yes, Ms. Manuki.
I'm assuming the goal is also to make it more comfortable for transgender people to
Precisely.
have these privacy rooms. And so will you be promoting this to the public to say that our facility now can service this?
We will be emphasizing that this is about serving all, regardless of your gender identity, your physical situation, disability, perhaps something that you feel embarrassed about that previously you didn't want to go into an open shower. So this will be about everybody being served, whether it is gender identity, whether it is your physical ability, whether it is your age, whatever. It will serve all, and yes, we will proudly be letting people know, because we are about increasing our membership and providing support financially for those who can't afford the membership fees that we have. So yes, we will.
And I wasn't here last year, so I'm trying to understand the last CDBG funds that were approved. Was that partial approval, or was that the request for the same project as a result of the cost increases that we're seeing?
It was for the same project. At that point in time, that funding would have bridged the gap and closed the gap to finish the project. However, because of the pandemic, things of that nature, everything got stalled. And then everything went crazy with regard to the cost.
So this is strictly just cost increase between the last time you requested funds and now?
Right.
And then I noted, I think this would be to the staff earlier, that I think about $65,000 is at risk. Am I correct?
That is correct, Committee Member Manukian.
Okay.
65,000 is at risk because they have funding in program year 2016.
And so they would have to use it by this 1 year.
That is correct, and that is why Mr. Dell had mentioned that they are ready to go to construction.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Arminian.
Most of my questions were answered from the previous answers, but I have one thing I wanted to clarify. In the opening statements, Dr. Vire, you said that you had raised 300,000. I'm just trying to make the numbers work in my head. You had raised 300,000, and you had 200,000 from existing funds that the Y was allocating to the project?
That we have been using for the initial costs related to the development of the project and the architects and the planning.
And are those costs captured in this budget form? In other words, they're the non-CDBG funded costs like architectural fees, et cetera. I see like 142,000.
That would be part of it, right?
That's what, that came out of the 200,000,
Yes.
for example. So if we're looking at the total project costs of 1.4, correct? 14420. And you have about 500,000 from your own sources that you're putting into this between the 300 and the 200, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then that brings it to more like 900, but we've already allocated 500,000 and 578,000 to this, and you're asking for 546. So that's going back to like 1.1 million. So I'm trying to understand where the 500,000 of your own money's coming in versus the 578 versus the total cost of the project.
Go ahead.
What Committee Member Armenian is saying is that you're leveraging $295,000, about $300,000. And the question is it $300,000 that you're leveraging or $500,000 that you're leveraging?
300,000.
So what about the other 200 that you mentioned that you've already put in toward non-CDBG?
It's the three, I believe it's the 300 for grants, other sources.
Yeah.
And then 200 of their own money with regard to the soft costs that have covered the soft costs to date. I believe that's what they're.
Which are not
leveraging.
captured in this budget form, or
It's
they are?
captured, but
Non-fundable.
refundable, right, exactly.
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting at. So I'm assuming that all costs of this project are included in that
That is
1.420905
correct.
number, correct?
That's correct.
So if we were to deduct 300,000 raised and 200,000 expended, that's 500,000 less. Now you're at 900 something.
Right, and that
Right.
puts us about 0.1, right?
And we've already allocated 578. If you deduct that, then that's less, the delta is less than the 546 you're requesting. That's why I'm trying to get the math to
Yeah, I'm
work.
not sure exactly how those numbers work, but that's what we've worked out with staff with regard to how those leverage funds work, formula and how that works out, but we're close.
Chair Quinones Gabrielian, I think it might help. I'm not sure if you have the budget in front of you, but I guess the
don't.
question, let me walk down. I think the question that Chair Armenian is trying to clarify, the budget as submitted for the project is 1.4 million. It shows that the agency is leveraging 295,900. Of that 295,900, some of it is pre-construction costs of 168,400, which might be what you're suggesting is already expended. The question is do you have an additional, of the 300,000, is there another 200,000 that the agency has already spent but might not be included in this budget? Because if the total budget is 1.4 million, you're only showing that you're leveraging 295,000. Is it really 500,000 that it should reflect?
We're leveraging the 5 because there's 200 plus the 300 in grants.
So it currently does not reflect that. I think that's where the
It should
confusion is.
That's where I'm going, so.
It should be reflective as such, right? Because they are leveraging those other grant funds.
Right.
Along with their hard cash into the project.
So the leverage is more than 295.9. It's 500,000 based upon the comments made previously.
Right, exactly. And so our total budget is 1.4.
Minus
Construction
5.
costs are coming, 1.5. Costs are coming in at 1.1. The soft costs and the permit costs and everything else that are in it bridge that gap. So I believe we're not that far off.
Well, if I take the 1.420, deduct 500,000 from it, which is more than the 295, you're at 920, and then we already gave 578 previously, that leaves 342,000 of a delta, not the 546 you're requesting.
Right, exactly. The only problem is that the formula is not, we don't completely understand the formula and how it's leveraged as such, but we do know the monies that have been put into the project are 200,000 plus or minus, plus the 300 grants. How that works out with regard to the leverage amount, that's unclear to us even. But we do know what the costs are, what we have into it. We know what the cost of the projects are and the construction costs. So how one looks at the leveraging, that I can't answer.
Well, just to, did you want to say something?
He has a
I just want to
question.
make sure if, maybe clarify, the $1,420,000, that does include every money that it's already spent?
That should. That is the overall.
That's the total, it's total, that's why I'm asking this question.
Make sure, if
That
that
is the bottom
number,
line.
if that's the number and you already spent, then our numbers, when we say you don't understand the formula, that's the question.
Precisely.
The $1,420,000, it's everything,
Is everything
including
in.
whatever you have spent until now.
Exactly.
That should explain
Along
it.
with the cost of permits and things of that nature, which are another 100 and some odd thousand, things of that nature.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is if total project cost is 1.420,
Right.
you've already spent a certain amount, right? Which would be deducted from that in terms of need,
Right.
right? Defining the need for
It should be $1
funding,
million, right.
right?
you've
Deduct
already
578 from, well, and then you're saying total of, the amount you've spent is included in the two amounts Dr. Vire mentioned, which is the 300 and 200. That's where it came from, right?
Right.
So that's why I'm using 500. So if I take 1.420, that's 500, right? And then deduct the amount we've already allocated up to
Be
now.
less than-
That
right.
leaves 343,000.
Understood. Right, understood.
Thank you.
Yeah, not sure how the math works on the paper, but you're absolutely right.
I'm trying to
Now
decide.
you see why I brought the,
Yeah.
Well, the reason I'm asking these questions is because when we get to the later stages of this, which is available funding, your request was for 546.
Right.
But
In
the
reality,
math actually shows 343. So when we get into it, if we were to provide 343, that would make you whole between a combination of all the different sources.
that is true.
Okay, so then the request would be for 343,000. And then a previous question from Mr. Garibian was, and we're not going to expect you to come back next year for additional funding. You will be able to hopefully use some of your own funding, you
Had you
know.
asked that question 3 times ago, I probably would have said yes. In today's world, falling short of another pandemic, the idea is that
We
we're
don't
here.
know, we don't
We're
know.
here.
this is the highest priority for the YMCA and
Okay.
Glendale Board. And we
Perfect.
know it obviously is a very high priority for you because you already have shown that support. We are not going to come back on our knees asking you to keep building on this. We will have to make adjustments to make this work as high a priority as it is.
All right.
I don't think the project has ever been at this point in time where it's ready to go forward with the additional funding.
Perfect.
I don't think we'll ever get this close again.
Okay, that's also important. Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, we
No
have a
question.
comment. We
No
have a comment.
question,
We have a
Chair.
comment.
Chair, I just want to confirm, no question, but I know we just said this, but just to make sure it's on record and we have our numbers right. Essentially, you're only asking for an additional 343,000 because that's not what the budget
Right,
reflects.
the budget reflects the 500,000 that we're asking. How that math works,
Well, but
Well, I just want to make sure that,
Yeah, we
I know you're
understand.
saying you don't, I mean, the formula is pretty simple. Total cost minus what the agency is paying equals what you're requesting. So I just want to be sure that, because their deliberation will be based on your change.
Understood.
So you're
However-
asking for 343,000 instead of
500.
546.
how the formula works, we can't change the formula. That's how the number comes out at 546. That's what we're looking for. Obviously, it may not be available.
Okay,
Well, no,
so
the
that's-
reason it's not showing here is because the only thing you're showing in terms of leverage is 295.9.
Right, and it doesn't have the 300. Exactly.
Correct.
500.
Exactly.
500.
Yeah, so it should actually be, I mean, if you were to make this all show up plainly, it would show that you're putting in 500, so that way you take.
It would take down exactly, but it
Right.
doesn't show that, so.
Right.
Right.
The
And
the Excel spreadsheet was set in such a way that you couldn't manipulate. The formulas are already set into the Excel.
It's not about the formulas, or what it is about the amount showing up as leverage. So in the opening statement, that's why I came in on this, is that said 300 and 200. So total of 500
Is that allocated?
allocated from the Y itself, from its own funds. So that 295.9 should actually say 500.
Right.
Chair, may I go down and just show them the numbers, just to be
Yes,
sure that we're
please.
talking about the same thing?
Yes.
Because 200,000 is going to make a huge difference, and we want to make sure that you have the right information.
Let's take the time to
Okay,
do that.
thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes,
Appreciate
yes,
that.
please. Because I show $342,410 would be the request, and 65% would be the, leverage, so.
Take the 1.42
Right.
minus 500.
Right, you get 342,410, or almost 343.
Yeah.
Oh, you get 905,
I
huh?
think you know where the error is. I think when he mentioned the 300, he was talking about having a reserve for shortage. He didn't mind the injection. That's where his confusion was.
But they've allocated that to the projects.
Not yet.
Well,
That's what
But they would, because that's their number one priority, so that's what he said. But you're right, it's like,
he raised, to be honest.
right,
So that's
Minus what was
if they go over, right.
I don't think we should shortchange them. Maybe
Well, they have a year or two to keep fundraising, so.
Your cost is actually not 1.1 million. Is your total project budget 1.4 million? So this plus this is what your total project budget is. There's no cost that you haven't included, which is right. Okay. So you're really leveraging 300,000. So this is previously funded. So then this isn't part of your cost, is it? Is the 578 part of your cost or not? Right, this is what was previously funded, but was this part of your cost or not?
No, it's not in this.
It's not in the soft cost, but it is part of your construction cost that you're asking for. Correct. So if we take this money away, is this still 1.2 million or not? No. Yeah, I don't think you should take into consideration what we funded you. You need to look at what is the actual cost of your project, because this is. So the total cost of your project is 1.4. And you only have 300,000 that you're leveraging? But where's that expenditure, that 200,000? Where is that? Is it reflected here?
Yeah, see, it's not 300 and 200, it's only 300.
So it's total 300, not 500. That's where the confusion
the money you use, grant.
Correct, yes.
I just say what I'm supposed to.
It's not an additional 200, and that number is included.
Exactly.
Got a house to sell.
That's what. New math. Sorry, it's all new math.
That's okay. I mean, it's important
But
because
let's
if
go through,
if we
it.
were
It's very
just-
important. I totally agree.
Chair Quinones Gabrielian, members of the committee, so basically the amount that they are leveraging is really the 295,900. So it's not an additional 200 on top of that. They're just saying that they've already spent some of that 295,000. So the leverage is not 500,000, it's really the 295,900. And the 578,475, which is the very first line item, that's the portion that we've already funded. So, but the total cost of the construction, the project is the 1.4 million.
So is that 168 not against the 1.420 million?
It is. So the 168,400 plus the 1.252505 is the 1.420905. So I think with Dr. Villar saying they've leveraged 300 and spent 200, it overstated what they're actually leveraging. It's really,
Regrettably.
of the 300,000, 200 is already spent is what he meant. So it's not an additional 200,000 that they're.
Good question. It's all new math. It's all new math.
Okay.
Chair, your mic.
We still have the same request of 546,510.
That is correct. Yes.
To deal with here. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for
Thank
doing
you, guys.
that.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Any other questions? River?
No other questions or comments then? Thank you so much,
Thank you.
YMCA.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, yes. I'm very glad. Well, we know, we have clarity. All right. So where are we right now? It's 11:54, 12 o'clock. Why don't we do public comment and then take a break? Okay? So is there any public comment?
I haven't received any cards requesting to speak, and I don't see any callers waiting either, so.
Okay. Okay, can we take a 10-minute break? Is that good? Or should we stick with the 50? We're behind, so why don't we do a 10-minute break? All right, and then we'll come back and continue the discussion. All right. We are back. Welcome back, and this will take us into the discussion and deliberation of the 5 project proposals we've just listened to. So with that, can staff please lead us a little bit there?
Chair Quinones Gabrielian, members of the advisory committee, we are going to go back to 3B, reports for information only, update on reprogramming of city and community capital improvement projects, funding status. I'd like to apologize ahead of time. This is a very complex PowerPoint, but we're going to try to get the committee to the end game so you are ready for deliberation. Ms. Alexandrian and I have worked very hard on this PowerPoint, and I feel confident that we'll get to the end point.
Excellent, thank you.
Ms. Kavarian, just one note to make is some of the numbers might look a little different just because there was funds that were returned. So the end results, the totals might be different from what you're going to see on the PowerPoint, but we have updated that on the deliberation worksheet. So just a note in case you're looking at it and confused.
So to give the committee a history of the HUD recapturing of funds, CDBG has a 7-year period of performance. All U.S. Treasury will recapture all 2016 unspent funds on September 30th, 2023. We are looking at $478,009, which is at risk of being recaptured if we don't spend it down before that September 30th date. So that's in a few months. So when we do look at 16-17, we have 4 projects that are currently in the pipeline. We have $370,000 in Pacific Natural Grass. We have $24,680 in Pacific Park Playground and Pool Shade Structure. We have $18,000 in the Fremont Park renovation project. And then, of course, we have $65,000 in YMCA. We've color-coded these so you can see the different projects. Staff is proposing to move all those funds to the YMCA locker room project. This will total $413,000 plus the $65,000 that's already allocated to the YMCA. So what will happen is the YMCA will receive funding from program year 2016 to cover the cost that they had just presented, just right now, just before we adjourned. Any questions on this before I move forward?
Madam Chair? May I?
Mr. Abedisian.
Just want to make sure I understand it correctly. So what recommendation is the 370, the 24,680, and 18,329, plus the 6,500, that is 65,000 that is coming back from the YMCA's old project, correct?
Will all go to the YMCA.
Okay.
And I'll explain why.
Marian, just to make sure there's no confusion, the 65 is not coming back. There, it's already allocated to that project, correct? So the 65 is already with the YMCA project. So the staff recommendation is, should the committee decide to fund the full YMCA project, that the funds come from reprogrammed funds from program year 16-17, which are those 3 amounts from those 3 different projects.
And the reasoning behind it is, as you heard from Mr. Dell, they're ready to proceed with construction if they have their funding. They're pretty much the only agency, and even with the city projects, they're the only ones that are ready to go straight to construction. They have their contractor, everything is ready to go. And we know that, we're confident that they'll spend down these funds from 16-17.
Can I ask, is that $413,000 when you add those 3?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yes, Mr. Garibian.
So just to clear on the record, this is in addition to the CIP funding available that we have.
That is correct, and you're going to see more information.
Just want to clear it on the
That
air.
is correct.
So the balance of $133,501 is what we would have to fund from this year. Is that correct?
And if you give me just one more chance, I promise you're going to see a different program year coming up, and I'll show you how we're going to close that gap.
I think there's one more question.
Yes.
I have a question about the 65 because I'm a little bit confused. The 60, because in the actual documentation, it only mentioned the 399 plus the 179 that we had given, right, for a total of 578 that we've allocated. So where's the 65 coming from?
So that's a great question. So the 399, 495, that part, that includes the 65,000. 65,000 was previously with Adventist Windows Project. They gave that money back, and the committee decided to give that to the YMCA.
Got it.
Unfortunately, it's from 2016-17, hence we're here.
Okay, that's what was throwing me off.
Remember that.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Continue.
Okay. So to give you an update as to why we're going to release those 3 city projects, 370,000 we're going to release from Pacific Natural Grass because we're not ready to move forward with that. And we can't be confident that we're going to be spending that money down in September. Nor the Pacific Park because we're going to bid again. And then Fremont Park, we're actually going to, we had already, I believe we had already stated that Fremont Park, we're going to give the money back and we're going to reprogram it regardless because it's just too, it's an expensive project. And also, it's too staff intensive to work on something for 18 to 24 months for staff. Okay. Let me go to the next program years. For program years 17-18, 18-19, and then 19-20, we have city award. We had what we propose, we had Fremont Park renovation project money in those fiscal years, or program years, I should say. Staff is proposing all of that money, because Fremont is now gone, we are proposing that money go towards Pacific Natural Grass. We're confident that in 2017, the 2017-18 monies will not be recaptured. So the total of those 3 years is $46,432. Okay? Let me go to the next program year. So the question that Committee Member Manukian, you had, excellent question. Program year 22-23, city and community CIP awarded projects. There are two. $159,000 and $159,000 was allocated to Fremont Park renovation. That's going away. $377,883. You already made a motion to give up 300 of that to Alma House, which leaves $77,883 available. So here's our recommendation. To fill that gap, committee, excuse me, to fill that gap, Committee Member Manukian, as you had stated, we propose $133,501. From that 159 go towards the YMCA. It'll help close the gap, and I apologize, that number is wrong. It's 546,510, not 547,510. And that'll close their funding gap, what they're asking for in 23-24. Then we're going to look at the $25,560 that's remaining. We propose that that goes to natural grass, Pacific Natural Grass. Then the Hamilton House, of course, you've already made that motion and decision to move that to Alma House, so that's the $300,000, and you've also committed that $77,883. Actually, you have not voted to give that to the Pacific Natural Grass, but we're proposing that you please give that to the Pacific Natural Grass project. Any questions on this?
Do we have a number for the Pacific Natural Grass project?
Chair Quinones Gabriel and members of the committee, Committee Member Manukian, when the natural grass project, let me go back, a couple years ago, we asked for funding for the artificial turf project. And back in June of 2002, that project was changed per council's direction to make it natural turf. So we're estimating it's going to cost around $1.5 million to renovate the entire field. That also includes changing out the irrigation, laser leveling, installing higher fencing to prevent the balls from hitting vehicles in the driveway area along Riverdale and Kenilworth. So we're estimating about 1.5, between 1.2 and 1.5 million for that project.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions so far? Okay, let's continue then. Please.
And now lastly, we get to program year 23-24. Currently, there's $400,000 that the committee had pre-designated to the Fremont Park renovation project. Staff is requesting that, of course, Fremont Park will now not be a project anymore with CDBG. We're asking to move funds from that to the splash pad, since those bids came in higher than anticipated for the Pacific Park splash pad. Okay?
Okay.
So this is where it gets fun. Deliberation and funding recommendations. So, as Ms. Alexanian had noted earlier, we have to take into consideration 2 additional changes. The first one is from 2019. We have $60,638 from the bleachers project that was given away. So we're going to add that to the allocation and funding availability on top of the $2,178,922.83. So let me go through each category. Currently, in 2023-2024, we have total CDBG allocation for CIP, both city and community, $1,147,238. We also have $35,299 in returned Armenian Cultural Foundation funding. That was from Public Social Services, so it has to go to capital. Then we have, and we had to include this, the $377,883.50 from the Campbell Center Hamilton House. So we also have that as a pot of money. Also included is $618,502.33, kind of what we went through on each slide from Fremont Park funds, all the 16-17 funds, not including that $65,000 from the Y. That's additional funds. So altogether, if we can calculate 2,178,922.83 plus the $60,638, we'll have that number for you to know how much we have in funding availability.
That's a question.
Yes.
Yes.
And can you explain, where is the funds that, the $60,638 that Home Minutemen just returned today? Where is that on this?
Oh, it's not on this because obviously this was prepared over the weekend.
Okay.
But
it would add to this 2,178,922?
Yes, we're going to reflect that on your Excel sheet that you use when you're deliberating. Yes,
And
absolutely.
just for purposes of putting the number out there, if you take the $2,178,922.83 plus the $60,638 that the Home and RR is returning, the total should be $2,239,560.83. So that's what the new total would be.
So $2,239,560.80.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now for the funding requests. Any questions on the allocation or funding availability? Okay, I'll go to funding requests next. So in 23-24, there is $1,153,027.25 in community agency requests. That's the proposals that everyone reviewed. We also have the pre-designated city project, which we're requesting it to be the splash pad for $400,000. We also have the 21-22 Campbell Center Alma House request for $300,000. And then we have the various reprogram funds to City Pacific Natural Grass Project at $185,174.58. Notice we put a question mark on what's going to be left over for city CIP requests after the deliberation is completed. I do want to add one extra note. From the Boy Scout Council, I believe they reduced their money from a $100,000 request to $92,696, which will reduce the very first funding request of the 1.153 is going to be reduced by about 7,000, a little over 7,000.
I did the math on that. It's $1,145,723.
We'll note that on the Excel sheet, but I want to make sure that you're aware of that as well. So as you can see, this is where we stand at this time. If you look at the asterisks, one asterisk denotes that CDBG Advisory Committee approval is necessary to fund. So these are just requests. And then the two asterisks, at the end of deliberation, any remaining funds we're requesting to go towards city CIP projects be put forth for Pacific Natural Grass projects, since we gave that up in 16-17.
Just to shift the time frame you have
Exactly.
to use the funds.
Exactly.
And so am I correct in reading this that the first line under funding requests 23-24 community agency requests, that's the total amount requested? So what I'm seeing in this math is that we can fund everyone 100%.
You would be correct, sir.
Plus potentially leave a little bit for natural grass.
That is correct.
Wow. I think this is the best situation we've ever had. It is.
Thanks to the city moving money around.
Well, the problem is it's costing us a lot more to do the same things because of inflation. But, and so the community, we haven't moved forward like we should have as a direct result of COVID and then inflation. But it makes our job a lot easier.
We did want to present this to you, and truthfully, we wanted you to interview the agencies and ask them the hard-hitting questions that you always do before we pose this, so that way they're aware that they still have to do their due diligence, so we thank you.
Chair, just to also add to that, because there is funding available, doesn't necessarily mean that all of the agency projects are maybe ready to be funded. So we had a hard time determining how to present this where it doesn't seem like we're suggesting that they all be funded. It is still up to the committee as a whole whether you think the projects are good and worthy of CDBG funding and ready to go. So I just want to put that out there. Like, this is staff's recommendation, but the committee is welcome to obviously do what you think is best. And also to also put out there, and our director could confirm this, that the city projects, both specifically the Pacific Splash Pad project, has come in a whole lot higher. The bids have come in a whole lot higher. So we would need additional funding. So if there's additional funding available, I don't think the city would shy away from taking additional CDBG funds to put it towards projects that would need additional funding. Now, whether it comes from CDBG or we go to council to request funds elsewhere, it's a matter of, are there CDBG funds available to be able to be allocated to these projects? Because both the natural grass project and the splash pad project still are not fully funded. So there is opportunity to put additional funds from CDBG, should you not fully fund any one of the projects, to go towards the city projects.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, I did not mean to imply that that's what we should do. I'm just saying on paper, it gives us the option, but I think we still have to evaluate what we think is worthy.
Yeah, I think that was one of, because some of the projects that we saw, I mean, I was just comparing 21,000 square feet parking versus 8,000, but same cost. You know, things like that. So not necessarily to fund everyone to do, but we have the money to do so. That's the part.
Yeah,
So,
that was my point.
I think that sounds very, very good. As we proceed, I think maybe we could go one by one and just get everybody's input on, do you want to? I'm trying to figure it out here. If you put that up, we have the money. I believe, I would say we fund all of them. And it seems to me, because the city's requirements aren't fully funded yet, we have to come up with a contingency plan as to where that funding would be taken if the city comes back and says, we need this for the splash funding, and we need it this year. So there should be like a contingency discussion as to where would we take that funding from, right?
Or building it into this scenario, which is something we talked about at a higher level, this issue of them coming, because every time they come back, then that delays previous funding and starts to move toward being at risk in terms of spending. I mean, my approach to this, just philosophically, is to initially start with, pretend we don't have that money available, kind of from a critical eye, where would we fund it? Because I'll be honest with you, is that I have two of the projects I'm not 100% there on, is the Sensia project and the Neighborhood Legal Services project, in terms of, I feel like on the Sensia one, not enough homework was done on this, and so the numbers aren't 100% good, in my opinion, in terms of where they need to be to execute on something like that. And then Neighborhood Legal Services, it just seems like, they really haven't made the effort to see if they can piece together sources, of funding from other places, given that their services are not just for the city of Glendale. So I was a little bit disappointed in some of the answers. So if I were starting from a place of there are not enough funds, those would be the two of the projects that I would examine more closely in terms of questioning whether or not to fund or maybe not fund 100%, that sort of thing.
Yeah, just piggyback on Mr. Armenian's as far as not necessarily the scope, but the neighborhood service, I think is too high of a bid, not necessarily the scope of the work as far as what needs to be done, but I think the bid is too high compared to a sample we have on home improvement for 3 times the size of that and the same amount of money. I looked at the details, a lot of trees and all that stuff. Is it necessary to spend all that for a parking resurfacing? I think the dollar amount is too high, not necessarily the work, but the way it's done. I think it's too high of a dollar amount, but the rest, I'm okay with the rest.
Go ahead,
Um,
Ms.
I would
Manuchian.
like to say that I think that it's our duty to maximize the funds that are available, and if we can allocate some of it to the city projects, just because we are able to fund the community projects doesn't mean that we don't try our best to maximize how far we can spend the funds in the city's projects. So on the 2 mentioned, I would agree with the Essentia project where the architectural fees were quite high and probably not necessary. And if they don't spend their money on architectural fees, they could spend it towards the project itself. And I also agree with Committee Member Garabedian that on the neighborhood legal services, the cost for the parking lot compared to that for home and admin is a bit high because the surface area is, 1/3. So I would have a problem with the cost as well, so I agree.
Madam Chair, first of all, a question to the staff. The numbers that you just presented, you need to get a motion on those first before we go into deliberation on the everything else, correct? Or no?
Chair Quinones, Gabrielian, committee members, committee member Avedisian, no, we don't need a specific motion before we go. That was just a staff report to, one, update you on some of the swaps we have to do, and to let you know that there is additional funds that essentially could be pulled together with the current year 23-24 available funds. So it might be best for you to take it all together because depending on who you fund and how much you fund, we would need to fund them from the appropriate pot of money to be able to spend down the funds. So to kind of take us up to the spreadsheet that's in front of us, we set the spreadsheet up with 2 different columns. So one of them is column E, is essentially the proposed reprogrammed funds from previous program years. And column F is the fiscal year 23-24 recommended funding allocation. So at the end of the day, there is $1,092,322 available from reprogram funds, $7,238 in fiscal year 23-24 new funds that are available to allocate. The total request that's in front of you from community agencies at this time is $1,145,723. And then the rest is essentially like city projects. So if we were to go in and put in the Alma House, the $300,000 that you've already allocated, if Iris is able to plug that in, that will bring down your available balance to $792,322. Essentially, that's the remaining funds that we have to be able to reallocate to projects. So, Ms. Kavarian?
Including the YMCA.
We haven't gone there yet, yes.
Okay.
So because they haven't deliberated, I just wanted to plug in what we already have a motion for. So should you choose to fund the YMCA project in the full amount and in the method that staff was recommending, we would use reprogram funds from that $792,000 instead of new funds of the 1.1 million in the new fiscal year, if that makes
Can you
sense.
repeat that last sentence?
So should you choose to fund the YMCA, so the YMCA is asking for
yes.
$546,510, right, in the current fiscal year. So should you choose to fund the additional request, staff recommendation is to use reprogram funds instead of new funds because we need to spend down the reprogram funds.
Ready to go.
So if you were to put in that amount, your available from prior year fiscal year's reallocation would go down from that 792,000. So
Okay.
basically we apologize, but there's no easy way to do this because we're swapping funds. So we try to keep it separate so staff is clear on where the funds are coming from. But essentially, we're recommending that if you were to fund the Y project in its full ask, we would recommend that you use reprogram funds because the project is ready to go and has assured us that they will be able to spend it all down by the September 2023 deadline.
So is that coming from that 618?
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
So from just rough numbers, I'm looking, we're gonna have extra money for city, about $300,000 to $400,000. Did I see that right?
There will probably be a little over 300,000 remaining if you were to fully fund every
fund it.
agency, correct?
But I wanted to put a point, if I may, Madam Chair, which is back to what Committee Member Manukian said. You know, to me, something like the city projects are of much higher importance and impact in terms of the community and use than a parking lot, right? As much as that parking lot might be used by the community there and for legal services, I'm talking about legal services, for example, I think that, to me, I mean, if we're going to sit here and do some prioritization, I'd really like to make sure we fund the city projects so that there's, to me, very tangible benefit to the users and quality of life and that facility.
I also agree with you in that sense, absolutely. And I just want to remind everybody that both outdoor park and recreation facilities and libraries were the first two ranked on the community survey. So that's something important. I do want to ask one question that I didn't get a chance to confirm when Neighborhood Legal Services was presenting. And you were asking if we could get additional funding from LA County for Glendale. And I think you shook your head. And this is the only place they can go to, right? Is that what you were saying?
LA County CDBG funds are designated for undesignated LA County areas.
Right, but the line of my questioning was,
Unincorporated,
working with
apologies.
Supervisor Barger, for example, something as vast a budget as LA County, I got to think if they did the right approach that they can find other non-CDBG sources of funding in LA County to help with this sort of capital project. But I don't think that they've gone to that effort, it seems, based on her answers.
And yes, you're right. The other thing is, I know that we're comparing the parking lots and the cost per square foot between the Neighborhood Legal Services and GYA.
Our GYA.
Yeah, we are. And so is there any possibility, and how current was that Home and Men, I'm sorry, it's not Home and Men. It is, okay. It's the Home and Men parking lot. How current is that? Is there a possibility that maybe Neighborhood Legal Services has a more current, and with inflation taken into consideration, and Home and Men's is a little bit older? I'm just looking at, should we?
I show the proposal from LPC Paving Company dated December 28th, 2022.
Very current then. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, all of those things are good and helps us get ready for deliberating. Well, then why don't we start doing it in the traditional way and putting in our recommendations. And let's see how the numbers go down as you start.
Well, the question, would it make sense if the committee agrees to fund YMCA through these return funds? Like, how do we reflect that in here?
Yeah, and I should say, let me just answer, I think so, because I believe there's a good staff recommendation on the table that does utilize older funding and doesn't allow us to lose and put anything at risk,
So would it show up like, let's say, if I were to propose that, it would show up on line 31?
Correct.
Under my column, deducting from the 618, right? If I were saying, let's fund the full, if I were to hypothetically say, let's fund the full request of 546, let's fund it from returned funds, right, line 31, so it would show up there deducting from that 618 available? Is that how it would work?
It would not. Chair Quinones Gabriel and members of the committee, it wouldn't necessarily deduct from the 618 line per se, but it will deduct from the total difference at the bottom, that's 792,000. Okay. So because there was no easy way to put all of the individual line items on a spreadsheet to not cause confusion during deliberation, we just totaled the amounts that are being recaptured essentially from all the previous fiscal years. So the total at the bottom will adjust, but the individual line items that add up to the total will not adjust. So I think the easiest and my recommendation for the committee might be to take proposals individually and maybe not go through the columns per se for this exercise because there are just a few agencies, and maybe take items individually and see if you have a consensus on any one project off the bat, and then we can eliminate that item and then come back to what is remaining. So for example, if we were looking at the YMCA project, my question to the committee would be, are you as a board comfortable funding the full 546,000? If the answer is yes, then staff's recommendation would be let's fund it out of the proposed reprogram funds versus fiscal year 23-24. So the initial question would be, does the committee feel comfortable funding that project in its entire ask?
I have a question, since this is my first time doing it. On these capital improvement projects, have you funded less in the past, or is it 100% or zero because they can't do the project?
No,
we funded less.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we have.
I think Committee Member Manukian, you're here on a really good year where there is more money. Is which project should we fund and which amount? The only other thing I'd like to point out is that because we're returning some city project funds like the natural grass funds, if you were not to fund that project with recaptured funds, then essentially that project would be less. So like initially we had $1.090 million in that project. But right now, because we're returning funds, we are actually going to be at 720,000. So unless you replenish that budget for that project with either recaptured funds or new funds, that project will not be funded at the current project budget, if that makes sense.
So in addition to the, for example, Y, we can fund another project from that fund as well to zero it out.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. If you want to put in the numbers for the Y, we can put that number in just for you to see.
Yes.
There will be additional funds available, 245,000 still remaining to be allocated towards either another community project that's ready to go, and I encourage you to put it in a project that's ready to go, because that pot does include funds that are being recaptured due to the risk of being lost, But because, for example, Home Minutemen gave back some of their funds, the bleacher funds, so that it's not all 2016-17 funds. But it would be best to put it into a project that's ready to go. And right now, I think from the agency projects, we just have assurance that the Y is ready to go. I'm not sure that any of the other projects are ready to go. So my recommendation would be to put any remaining reprogram funds towards the city projects, because we do know that the splash pad project will be ready to go.
So could I make a?
I have another question also. I think Mr. Bulanikian, is the Pacific Park natural, or the park that needs the natural grass, is that ready to go as well?
No, it's not ready to go.
Not.
We're going
So-
to go back to the drawing board. The contractor or the architect that worked on the artificial turf project, we're going to reopen his contract, and he's going to design the natural turf project.
That's why
Okay.
they're returning
So then-
old funds.
Okay, so then, and the splash park is ready to go, so it would be easy to
That is-
return the 245 and say, let's dedicate it to the splash park. But we don't know if that's enough.
What we're gonna have leftover
Well,
maybe.
More money.
there's different funding sources for the splash pad. Since the
Okay.
splash pad project is a brand-new amenity, we are going to also ask council to allocate DIF funds.
Okay, good.
Whereas the natural turf project is not a new amenity, because we currently have natural turf there. So I won't be eligible to ask for DIF
So then.
for the natural turf project.
Okay, so I'll just, in big picture, it's bittersweet that we have all this money. Next year, when they're ready to have all these city projects go, we're going to have a lot less money, it sounds like. But we have the money now, so, okay.
Yes, and just a point of clarification, the funds that are at risk of being recaptured by September, I think with the Alma House project and the YMCA, I think we are secured with the 16-17 funds.
Right.
So those two projects together should be able to spend down the funds that are at risk of being lost by September of 2023. So whatever is remaining is coming from, and the fiscal years are identified on rows 29 through 32 for you. So the remaining funds are essentially coming from more later fiscal years. But again, just to not have a timeliness issue and be able to spend down the funds, it's best that they go to a project that is going to be able to spend it versus sitting with potentially an agency project that might not be moving forward yet. So that was just the
Perfect, thank you.
recommendation.
So
Mr. Arminian?
Could
yes.
I just make a proposal just to try and move us forward to put in the YMCA amount, drawing it from the previously available funds
Sorry,
category?
Yes, it's already, it's
Already
in
there
the
already?
spreadsheet,
Did
yeah.
that.
Where is it? I don't see it.
It's row 14,
Right there.
Okay, so that's already deducted from this total?
correct.
Okay.
And can we
would-
put the
Got Alma House.
245? Oh, and we got Alma House, yes. Can we put the 245 for the splash?
Yes,
And-
that's what I was gonna suggest.
Okay.
Let's do that. Let's put the 245, 812, 58 cents.
Sorry, 245, and what's the total? I'm sorry?
245, 812, 812, 58 cents to splash.
And so does that make that project complete, or no? Director
We
Bulanikian?
would need more funding,
You would need
but-
more than that.
yeah. We would
So
need more.
how did you come up with that amount specifically?
Well, that's the total of
previous?
the, previous years
Okay,
left
so that
over.
was the balance,
Yeah,
okay.
that's the balance of the,
After taking Alma
Captured.
House and Y out, right?
well, only Y. Alma is not coming out of that.
Oh, right, we
Alma is
reprogrammed
coming-
their
yeah,
money.
we reprogrammed it already.
Got it.
And Mr. Bulanikian said that because that's a new project, the city had additional funding in
Other funding sources.
Yes.
Yes.
We're going to ask for DIF funds since
Got it,
they're new amenities.
okay.
We don't have to worry about the fact that it's
Yeah.
not complete.
Clock, yeah.
Okay, completely funded.
Okay, could I start
Yes,
giving you some
please,
numbers?
Please.
If I may. I think at this point, from all understanding with the Sensia and all the numbers and everything that they need to reprogram, basically, correct their spreadsheet and the numbers. I think at $20,000 for Sensia would cover their cost of the project. I would suggest to put $20,000 for the Sensia.
Iris?
And then
20,000 for Essentia.
the Verdugo Council, that they reduced their budget to $92,696. I think that's, we can cover that, and that's almost ready to go. Okay. I would go ahead and put the 247,500 for home maintenance. Paid in full. On the NLSA, I think we all understand that the budgets and the numbers are not really accurate in our understanding, at least. I would say let's just fund them for 150,000. And the balance of left, we already covered the Y, we covered the Alma. The balance, what's left to put it back to the city projects.
Where's the balance showing on the spreadsheet?
Cut off in the bottom.
See,
It's in the red area in the
Oh.
bottom.
That's the balance?
can you go up
Well,
maybe?
I think because Iris is using committee member Avadisian's line, Iris, just to be consistent, can you please move over the numbers from splash pad, the 245, 812? Put it under Mr. Avadisian's line. 245, 812, 58. And the 546, 510,
25.
and the 300 for the Alma House. So there would be 637,042 left.
And I suggest that you go to the city project, which would be the splash pad.
No.
Right?
Really,
Let's
they
go
don't.
to the grass.
Or the grass project.
Mm-hmm.
Grass project. So 637,042 goes to the Pacific One Natural Grass Project.
No, no,
No.
wrong, one below.
That's 245, 812, 58. The one below, it's 637,042. That's it.
Do we know what is the amount for the grass project?
Estimates are between 1.2 to 1.5 million.
Well, that's great, so 50% almost.
So you can get the balance very easily to cover it and finish it up, correct?
We'll request additional funding from city council. Yes.
All right. This is my motion.
Not your motion, your proposal.
My proposal, sorry. No.
Okay, who wants to go next? Or should we just, instead of going, are we going to go through each one? I know that staff
I mean,
didn't
I
want
have different
this.
opinions on a few of them.
Yeah, I do too. So how do you, I think maybe that's how we're going to do it.
we
Let's
should.
just do, let's just fill out each of the, and we're going to be here for a little bit, but I think it's worth it. All right,
I'll go next if you want.
thank you.
So some of these things will be duplicated, so carry over the 245, 812 onto my column. Carry over the full amount for Home Minutemen. Full amount for Y. The full amount for Boy Scout. I'll do 20 on Essentia. 0 on neighborhood legal services. And balance to the grass.
Go ahead, next. Does anyone want to go next?
Go ahead, no, I was just thinking of.
Okay, I'll go next. So the splash pad carryover. For Essentia, 20,000. BSA, the full amount.
Which one, I'm sorry?
Boy Scouts,
Boy Scouts.
the next line, yeah.
Okay, thank
Just
you.
going in order.
Thank you.
Home and amend the full amount. Neighborhood legal services, 110,000, which I took as 50% being generous based on the comparing of the other project. The Y, the full amount. Alma House, the 300,000. And the remaining for the natural grass.
Between Mr. Avedisian and Ms. Manoukian, I am okay either way if we come to a conclusion, any of those columns or somewhere in between. So you can copy Mr. Avedisian's column and just split the two for that neighborhood services between 150 and 110, which is a 40,000 difference. I'm okay if any of the two decide to come halfway through and just make out.
Okay. I just want to ask.
She hasn't corrected. Did you want the in between, the
That's what I
average?
say, yeah,
of-
right now, just somewhere in between. So what is it,
For neighborhood-
125,000 or something?
Oh, okay.
130,000.
130?
30 is the midway.
And add the rest to natural grass?
That is correct.
Thank you.
So this question is for Mr. Bulanikian. On the natural grass, this would come back to us next year, right, for the CDBG funding? They're not ready now, so it would hit next year. So we would have additional funding next year anyway that the city has for this park, correct?
Yes, Chair Quinones, Gabriel, and members of the committee. Depending on how much it will cost, we will either come back to the CDBG committee to request more CDBG funds or go straight to City Council to request funds through our CIP fund balance or general fund reserves.
Okay, so it's not necessarily going to come back here.
If we were to request additional CDBG funds, yes, it will come back.
Okay, but it would be from next year's budget?
Yes.
Okay.
24, 25.
All right, thank you. I wanted to do that because this funding that goes back for Pacific Natural Grass Project will be sitting there for a year. That's what it's going to be, right? It's not going to go anywhere.
We hope to start the project about 9 months.
Okay. Thank you. I have some exceptions, but if you could copy Mr. Avedisian's recommendations. And I know that just in the last 3 years, we're always, we talk about the fact that, is it 5% or whatever it is that social services, what is the maximum that?
15% of the total.
15%, right, and we've said, why can't we have more, why can't we have more? So I realize that for Essentia, they have to tighten their budget. I realize that. So they would be taking, if they tighten their budget, they will definitely not spend $38,424. So I know that's way too much. But I'd hate to see them, tighten it down to like 25 and then have to dig into their social service budget to do that. And so that's why I'm going to change that to 25, and that I'm telling you what I'm advocating for. We've always wanted more social service, and we're not able to give it to them, and it's an incredible program. And then for the other thing that I do value is the fact that, Adams Square is really trying to beautify the neighborhood. So having them try to beautify their parking lot is valuable, I think, in a, we keep hearing we don't want these concrete jungles. We keep hearing that, and so I think that there is some value into that. There's also value into having the use of the parking lot for the community on the weekends, the use of the parking lot after hours for the library. So I'd like to go a little bit higher and do $180,000 for neighborhood legal services. That's it.
Who are you taking down? Who are you taking down because you're 35 over?
I'm taking down the Pacific Natural Gas Project. And I feel that I'm not taking down the Pacific Natural Gas Project because they're not going to use this money until, 9 months from now? It's until next year, really. And next year we have even more money, and I would hope that the city would listen to, and they do, they listen to the community input and dedicate it to parks and open space.
Chair Quinones, Gabrielle, and members of the committee, city staff has contacted both Essentia and Neighborhood Legal Services because we didn't clarify to them what is their minimum they can accept. We just don't want to come back here as a revolving door, as you can see what's going on these past few years. And thank you, Tamad, for making those contacts. For Essentia, the minimum they can accept and continue with the project is $20,000. For Neighborhood Legal Services, they would need $180,000 minimum to proceed with their construction.
Okay, well, I take my 25 down to 20 again for Essentia.
Ms. Kavarian, could you clarify, did you say 20,000 for Essentia?
Yes.
Okay.
20. Yeah.
And Ms.
then give it back to the grass.
Do we have, in just listening to the presentation, the Neighborhood Legal Services had not had conversations with the city or the permits department, and just to kind of gauge, do we know how far they are from actually starting the project? We don't have a time. Do we have their timeline as to when they were going to be able to start?
We will look into that right now.
When I asked them, they didn't have an answer. They said, we've looked at it, but we haven't really, especially closing the driveway, that was a concern for me, because that's going to be issue with the public services if they're going to even allow that to do. Because double side, one side is a residential, and they may not like the traffic factor of it as the owners of the property, but the city the public service may have an issue with it.
I think, we don't want to allocate funds knowing they can come back and not be used. Be same thing as in the past, allocate money, then they can do it, especially with the driveway and all that stuff. And that's a costly project, just that section of the driveway.
Absolutely.
So I agree with that, something to consider.
One question to staff, sorry if I may. Aren't they getting funding from the city anyways?
Neighborhood Legal Services is not receiving funding from Parks Department. I can't answer the question if they have a contract with the library or not. I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
Okay.
The library is their tenant,
My
isn't
mind was general, from a probably general fund, or, because neighborhood services, if they're serving our city to a certain level, I'm assuming they would be getting, I don't know, I'm not sure, but that's one thing that I was gonna ask, but I forgot.
They have received CDBG funding in the past, and I believe in 2008 or 9 and 10, I believe. So they have made improvements to their property in the past 10, 15 years. That much I know.
Thank you.
I think, Ms. Kavarian, I'm not sure if you found the timeline, but if
Page
I'm
5.
looking at it,
On page 5?
yes, on
Yes.
page 5, it looks like the agency will not be ready with construction documents until October of 2023, and construction wouldn't take place until April of 2024. So that's the project timeline. I just want you to be aware that they're not going to spend it down necessarily this year. But that's probably true with majority of the proposals, but just wanted to also make that clear.
I wanted to explain my thought process on this particular agency. So the work, I love their work, but the parking lot is, for me, it's not actually serving all of the businesses nearby. It's serving them and the library, while actually during business hours excluding the neighboring businesses. There's plenty of street parking, and the parking lot is strictly for parking purposes as compared to a project like Home and Amends project, where they actually have scouting activities, sporting activities, and also serve the disabled who have activities on site. So it's strictly for parking at a higher price per square foot as compared to the Home and Amendment project. And that's why I propose to fund 50%, because I don't want to, I feel a duty to protect these funds and apply them where it can be used the most, and to maximize the results from the funding that we have. So if we put it back into the city projects, that's a good result for this committee. So I just wanted to explain my position.
Any additional?
I would also add that if you look at their financial statements, they have a pretty deep pockets in terms of being able to access other resources to potentially do this sort of work, which is why I was kind of disappointed in the answer. Like they haven't even tried to piece it together from other sources, including their own. I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying when I think about impact, and I do appreciate your point, Chair Quinones Gabrielian, about there is some benefit to the beautification of that area, but at the end of the day, it's still a parking lot. It'll be a prettier parking lot, but it's a parking lot, and at the end of the day, it's used strictly as a parking lot. So I kind of come back to when I'm thinking about how I prioritize these things on impact to end users and community, you know, I'm on the more drastic end because I had put in 0 for this, but I can see what Ms. Manoukian's point is in terms of funding and can go to that in that direction. But I don't think I would agree personally to go as high as you've gone, Madam Chair.
Can I just?
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much. I know that when I looked at their financials, they had, it seems like they have a lot of revenue, but one of the questions that she did clarify was that it's contract. And when you have on a contract basis, you don't have the ability to utilize it for these types of things. So it's not deep pockets. When you contract with somebody, it's for legal services, they said. It's not, they don't have any additional funding that they're able to use as unrestricted funding for something like the parking lot. So that's
It says
Mr.
financial assets,
Garibia.
that's why I referred to it. It says they have these, has that level of financial assets available for use. It's not, it doesn't specify what you just said. That's why I cited it. It says respectively, financial assets available within 1 year of the statement of financial position date to meet general expenditures consisting of the following, and it totals up to $12 million.
Just to help Ms. Manukian asked earlier, in the past, have we funded less just from last 6 years? What we have done in the past, we have looked at the cost and the project. It has happened not having enough funds. We funded a bathroom and another kitchen, or we funded a roof, but instead of just taking a dollar amount, we looked at how much of that goes to a certain amount. The reason I was doing this, just one, explain to you what we've done, and two, knowing that they don't have a bid from a contractor. It's just the architect give us the numbers, and not having the prevailing wages probably in here, this number could drastically change, especially it's not from a contractor at all. But if I have to take a portion of the parking, just as is, it's $116,000 just a parking area based on the architect's bid, which could be completely off, not having all those numbers that in the past gave problem to other agencies. Having low bids, then actuality becomes so much higher. Just want us to consider that too, irrelevant of what the numbers we decide to, but the problems that we could potentially have on this. Obviously, after we deliberate, I want to make sure we can somehow adjust the policy for the bids that are coming in, even though if it's not a full prevailing wage bids, maybe we can have some kind of a formula to add to that. So later on, when they're getting the official bids, they won't be so short moving forward. But we can discuss that after we're done with the deliberation, just as a, see if we can add that to a policy. I'm sorry, I mean, I picked part B, which is the parking, but there's part A, C, and D. These are, we can shuffle them around.
I have a question about the Pacific Natural Grass Project. How much was returned to CDBG when the turf was canceled?
Chair Quinones Gabrielian, the amount that we, so at the last meeting, we brought a report to the committee requesting to shift the funds, the full budget, which was $1,090,000 from the Pacific Artificial Turf Project to a Pacific Natural Grass Project. So the total budget was $1,090,000. The portion that we are essentially putting back into the pot to be reprogrammed was $370,000.
So we got back 370, but we're going to give them back 630 something. To me, it doesn't compute. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out why we're having so much trouble when we have the money, and it's not like we're actually giving them back twice as much, maybe more than twice as much as what they put back into the pot from not utilizing.
You are correct, but however, the timing wise, because there's years in the back that if they don't give us back and we don't reuse that money is going to go away completely. So that's what the plan is, that they're giving us the money, but we're giving it back in a new time frame.
I know.
So they can actually use it up.
Yes, and I'm just saying, I think we're having a problem funding an organization that provides a really great service in the community, has a library as a tenant, and provides this parking lot in the area on the weekends for the community and after hours, and because they don't have a permit from the city. I mean, the same thing is, to me, I just want to advocate for providing the neighborhood legal services their minimum amount of $180,000, and we're still returning a substantial amount of money back to the city.
Chair Quinones Gabriel, members of the committee, what Iris just displayed on the screen is essentially our summary version for each individual project. I'm not sure if this will make it a little easier for you. The total amount from Pacific Natural Gas Project, if you look under column E, which is current funding, so that was the amount that was originally funded. The proposed changes, and the proposed changes match what the city's, the staff recommendations were per the PowerPoint. But right now, the 184,000 essentially, that number is a little different from what you have up there. But just wanted to show you that the total project budget was $1,090,000. And if you don't fund that project at all, which isn't what you're suggesting, but if we were to take away the amounts that staff was recommending funding that project with, your total project budget, where it says 905,174, that would essentially be 720,000. So we were just, I don't want to speak on behalf of Mr. Bulanikian, but both projects, both the natural grass project and the splash pad project are short, essentially. Mr. Bulanikian, correct me if I'm wrong, but the bids that came in with the splash pad are approximately $1 million over asking. So the splash pad project actually needs $1 million more to be able to proceed. The portion that, as you propose, that we would be putting into the project right now for the splash pad, I think is only $245,000. We definitely could take additional money in the splash pad project if it's coming from a later year, because like the funds that you're deliberating on are 23-24 funds. So if you don't feel comfortable necessarily putting it into the natural grass project, the city does need additional funds in the splash pad project, because we know that the bids are at least $1 million over what the city's budget is. I know Mr. Bulanikian said that we will go to council and request development impact fee funds. And I think he was comparing the two projects and saying that one is eligible for development impact fee versus the other one that's not. But that doesn't mean that development impact fee funds could be used towards a different project, and we don't know what council's direction will be. So should council not allocate development impact fee funds, we definitely would need additional funds for the splash pad project. So although the funding that was put into the natural grass project was based on available funds at the time when we presented the reports, and we didn't really have, the committee didn't have a whole lot of money to allocate towards any project, whether that was a city project or a community project. So I think both projects, both the natural grass and the splash pad project, technically do need additional funds, and both are in an area which serves low-income families as far as the location of the projects as well. So I think, you know, in deliberating or looking at this, again, it's up to the committee, but just know that if you don't feel comfortable putting it into the natural grass project because you feel like it already had $1,090,000, I think the city could use those funds in the splash pad project as well, because we know that that project is going to be short. Now, what pot of money the money comes from, obviously, at the end, it would be council's decision. But if we're not able to put in additional community development block grant funds, we would request funds from either development impact fees, because, again, there's new amenities going into the project. So the percentage of increase in amenities, the cost of that, could be paid with development impact fee funds. But if there is CDBG funds available, we would love for us to be able to secure as much as we can in that project, because we already know we're going to be $1 million short. So right now, just based on what has been proposed, it's $245,812 that's going in from previous program year funds that are being reprogrammed. But we could definitely take additional funds from the current fiscal year and put towards that project if the committee is willing and able to. I know where you're coming from. I just wanted to put that out there from staff's perspective and the city's perspective in advocating for the city projects, and saying that both projects are in a low income area and serve low income families. And both projects definitely could use additional CDBG funds should there be the will of the committee to put additional funds towards those projects. But the project budget as it stands today, you're right, it was $1,090,000. We returned $370,000, so we would really need $370,000 to make it whole. But if there is additional funds, again, whether you put it into this project or the splash pad project, either project would be able to spend those funds.
Trying to understand what you were trying to tell us. I'm sorry, just like bottom line, should we take some of the natural grass, sorry, I'm looking at you, natural grass and put it into the splash pad? I mean, that's one step, right? Or?
Two things.
Okay.
I mean, again, I think ultimately the decision to be made by the committee is whether the Neighborhood Legal Services project proposal is something you feel comfortable funding and at what level. All I was trying to do is advocate for the city projects and say that we can definitely use the funds in the splash pad project should there be more funds available. So the project does need more money. And if at this time, if the committee does not feel that funding the full $180,000 or whatever the request was on Neighborhood Legal Services proposal, we could definitely put those funds towards the splash pad project as well. So again, it's up to the committee as a whole. I guess I just wanted to say that the project does need additional funds. Which pot of money the funds come from, whether it's development impact fee or community development CDBG funds, the project will need more money. So the more we're able to allocate from CDBG, the less we would allocate from development impact fee funds, which those funds could be used towards other city projects as well, including purchase of land in the future.
And the splash pad project is ready to go as well. They're ready.
Yes, we're
Okay.
hoping construction will start in July.
Okay, so that is a good layer to know. And then on top of that, the next step after deliberating and coming up with the recommendations is the contingency, right? Like, where are they going to take it from? So Neighborhood Legal Services could be that first on the chopping block. I mean, yes.
I just wanted to say, to answer your other question.
Okay.
Which is, I am personally making a qualitative judgment about a parking lot versus the types of facility improvements at Pacific generally, which take the form of these two projects, which have a direct end user experience difference. Whereas parking lot is a parking lot at the end of the day. Now, it's a good parking lot, it's a pretty parking lot, but it's a parking lot. So I would actually support what Committee Member Garibian said, which is if you look at legal services, $116,344.50 is for the actual repaving part of it.
Okay.
The other parts of the amount are for a little bit more beautification, right? They're like trees and planting and drip irrigation, light poles, et cetera. So I would say, again, this is just my opinion from a qualitative judgment perspective, is give them the new parking lot, right? At least we get them over that hump. And then from my prioritization perspective, you're giving to the park projects.
Okay,
And
I
giving
agree
Essentia
with that.
their
I agree with that.
And then
I think
Essentia, their minimum was
20,000.
so we give
yes.
Essentia their minimum.
So we give them their minimum 120.
Right.
And then can we do like 120 for Neighborhood Legal Services, just to make it
What
a,
would their portion bidding amount was?
The actual amount is 116,344.50.
120.
120, yeah. Arias, can you change 120 on the neighborhood services? For me and for Mr. Armenia.
I think everybody, or myself.
I just spoke in my.
Put it under
Ms.
the.
Kafarian,
okay, I
just to
think.
clarify though, did the agency say if we don't give them the minimum, they can't proceed with the project, or?
Chair Quinones Gabrielian, members of the advisory committee, through communication with city staff, they had instructed that they would need 180,000 minimum. But instead of speaking for them, we asked them to call in, and I believe they're on the line, so they can tell you
Okay.
themselves exactly
you.
what they
Good.
need.
I think we should just ask them, this is the amount we're funding, we just need to know a yes and a no. Instead of debating the numbers, just a yes and a no.
Could you accept the,
Right.
could you proceed with the project with this type of funding?
20.
That's
At least put
whatever
them
the-
through.
Okay. Yvonne from Neighborhood Legal Services, you are on the air with the CDBG Advisory Committee. You can
Good
proceed.
afternoon, committee members.
Hello.
Hello.
We understand that your input is that your minimum is 180,000. We've been deliberating, and we have been able to secure a consensus on a recommendation of $120,000. That is what we can allocate to the Neighborhood Legal Services for this project. Is that something you will be able to utilize and continue with the project or not?
Yes, we will. I will just use more unrestricted dollars for that.
Okay, well,
that had been earmarked to other efforts, but we really do need this parking lot for clients and for individuals visiting our office, Glendale residents visiting our office. So I would say yes, we will do the project with $120,000
okay.
grant.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you very much, and continue the good work. Thank you for calling in.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, bye-bye. Okay.
So maybe
good.
fill out the
Thank you.
recommended funding amounts, and that way we can all agree on that.
Just to be clear, you're asking me to change everybody's suggested.
No, just go into that column F and
column F,
whatever the final is. which I-
120.
20, yeah.
Thank you.
And then we agreed on 20 for Essentia.
Yes.
We're in agreement on Hominid Men and Boy Scouts
Everything else?
and YMCA. So that
Mhm.
should hopefully
Come up to whatever we're going to give the city.
put in the YMCA amount, 546.
Oh.
It's in the previous. It's in the proposed reprogram funds.
Oh, right, sorry. And so, and then the 245 for Splash, right?
It's there.
Oh,
So
is that-
column, you
that's-
have to look at column E and column F separately, sorry.
So it's really the Get Grass project that's not in there.
So
So
then,
the balance remaining is the 667,042. Now, whether you, if,
very good
Mr.
work.
Berlanican, I'm not sure if it would help to say that the funds could go towards Pacific or Splash Pad with a contingency plan, depending on which project is ready to move forward earlier, to be able to swap the funds. I'm not sure how the committee would feel about some sort of a contingency plan on the total amount allocated for city projects, not changing the dollar, but kind of leaving it open for staff to swap between the two projects should there be need. Is that something you would?
Yes,
We
we
should
give
do
you
that.
the
Would that be
latitude
allowable,
of
though,
doing,
by HUD?
yeah, we
Would
give you
that be
full
allowable
latitude.
by HUD to leaving it open of how you can switch it around?
Chair Quinones Gabrielin, it wouldn't be left open. It would just be left open in time for us to figure out which project will be able to move forward.
That's what I'm asking.
Hopefully, by the time we get to council, we'll have identified the split between the two projects. But right now, as we sit today here, we're waiting for bids to come back for the splash pad project. So, should there be more need in the splash pad and ability to spend down the funds quicker, maybe we could move some of the 667 to the splash pad project to spend it down faster.
Yes, I think so. So I think the motion, whoever makes it, and starts reading all these numbers, will say that we give the staff latitude on the city project between the splash pad and the natural grass to move ahead the quickest. And you have the latitude of moving those funding, the funding for those two projects
I make that
around.
motion.
There you go. All right,
Before
motion
we
is
do,
made.
Iris, can you
Yeah, Iris.
correct my, because it's showing my column is 120,000 over, so it means it has to come down from the grass.
Certainly.
Okay.
Gotta
So
be
can,
nice
Iris,
10,000
can you
over.
please, in order to clarify that motion, and can you read out all of the numbers? Thank you.
Certainly. For Pacific Park Splash Pad, previously designated to Fremont Park renovation project, $245,812.58 from proposed reprogrammed funds from previous program years. For Pacific Natural Grass Project, $667,042 from fiscal year 23-24 recommended funding. And Ascensia CDBG repiping project, additional funding would be $20,000 from fiscal year 23-24. Verdugo Hills Council Boy Scouts Community Services Center, $92,696. Again, from fiscal year 23-24. And Hominid Art Chapter, repairing and repaving of the parking lot, driveway, front parking lot, $247,500 from fiscal year 23-24. Neighborhood Legal Services of LA County, public safety improvements to NLSLA parking lot, $120,000 from fiscal year 23-24. YMCA of Glendale, fiscal year 23-24, first floor all-inclusive locker room project, $546,510.25 from proposed reprogram funds from previous program years. And Alma House, $300,000 from reprogram funds from previous program years.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So,
I'll second.
Thank you. Thanks. And roll call. Thank you.
I apologize, I'm looking for my, okay. So it was moved by Avedisian and seconded by Armenian. Thank you. Committee members Armenian,
Yes.
Garibian,
Yes.
Manukian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Avedisian,
Yes.
and Chair Quinones Gabrielian.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Wonderful. All right. Good work. Thank you. Yes.
If you don't mind, I have a couple of, I don't know, moving forward, if we can do these corrections. Iris, actually, I need that Excel back on for a second. Oh, you turned it off too late? Last year, I think it was last year, we added those average column. I'm sort of not comfortable with that column. And as some of you experienced, as I mentioned earlier, if we are picking sometimes funding less because of the project's details, we're funding to a certain bathroom or kitchen or a roof or something in the CPI, that average throws things off because we have to be specific on numbers because we get into the details. And I think it works the same way with the social as well, because we had in the past, they had to buy laptops or iPads for the kids, or they had to have certain supply for something. So we pick those numbers based on the request, and I used to work on details of each line item, and based on that would recommend if it was a shortage on a certain dollar. So I think the average is not sort of fair as well, because they work in details what percentage goes for what in the recommendation dollar amount. And then by just having an average, I'm not comfortable with that. I think we can all deliberate and come to a conclusion, talking, hey, let's fund this amount based on the requested details versus just an average. My recommendation is to remove the average column period on social and the CPI and just come to a conclusion, all five of us here.
Use it for the future.
For future, yeah.
No objection.
okay with that.
Yes. Okay.
But you understood my
I do. I mean, it does give us a little bit of like, it helps determine kind of where we are because it might adjust our numbers a little bit. I get what you're saying, because the devil is in the details
Right.
in these things. Because I don't think we've ever said, take the average, just because it's an average. To me, it's just been a reference point just to see kind of where we're landing, but I don't think it is substantially material to our decisions.
Yeah, so I prefer not to be there, so it won't be insulting to anyone working details of a percentage of a specific item, so that's one. And
Chair Quinones, Gabrielian, members of the committee member Garibian, we had added that column in the past because somebody on the committee had asked for it, and staff wanted to be prepared in case it was useful to you, but we are happy to adjust the spreadsheet as needed each year. If you want us to add or remove, we're happy to do
I think
so.
Mr. Garibian is the one who had suggested it, so now he's.
I know, he's taking it away.
I did not. I don't think so. If I did, I didn't know it's going to work backwards. And also, I don't know, moving forward in future, as the CIPs, the bids could be less, and we discussed the problem we're having, is there a way we can have a markup of certain percentage or numbers, or at least give the agencies the heads up that, hey, you have a bid here, this could change by 30, 40, 50% next year, and so on and so forth. Some kind of a, for them to know that this could happen and don't come back for more if you are.
Or at the very least, have the agency's request from the contractor a commitment of a time span, that this bid is good for 90 days, for example.
But as we discussed,
Yeah,
that's
that we
tied
can
to
do.
the wages adjustments.
Yeah,
So,
the
Aren't they-
deadline we can't do, but at least if we can have considered the prevailing wage of the day versus just a regular contractor not punching in those numbers.
yeah. I mean, the other issue was kind of, to me, was also, I mean, there is a contingency, if I'm not mistaken, there's a contingency line item in every one of these, but I don't think it's meant to cover
Yeah,
these scenarios. It's meant to be the usual kind of,
10% or
yeah,
something.
up, down, but usually up. I don't know if you could increase the contingency amount percentage in the future to say, oh, well, they ought to have a 25% contingency just because we know this is the situation. I mean, that throws budgets off a little bit because then, you know, it starts to swing, but we're also kind of dealing with that in reality.
Because I think so far, most of the increases, they're not really because of the wages, the prevailing wage, not the initial wage. Mainly it's been on the cost. So maybe a month before a deliberation, it can go back to the contractors and get a recertification. If the cost, at least, it's good for another 60 days or so.
Yeah. I had one other similar category of things. I'm just wondering whether we should consider putting a cap on how many projects an organization can have going at the same time, given that we've seen multiple examples where there's multiple projects and they can't get any of them off the ground. And then meanwhile, the clock starts ticking on the amounts that we've allocated. So for example, if you were to hypothetically say no more than 3 projects or 2 projects, you got to get those done, then you can come back for more, you know, just so that you don't start having this pile up of projects that then the clock starts ticking on the amounts, and then all of a sudden we're in this reprogramming situation. I don't know if that's possible to put in that sort of policy, but it's an idea I had.
Ms. Alexanian?
Sure. Chair Gabrielian, Quinones Gabrielian, committee members, I think that's a great suggestion, whether you want to provide direction now or in the next cycle when we bring back a report for the RFP. Staff would love to hear from you in general with whatever proposals, suggestions, recommendations you have, even outside of a meeting for us to consider, and then we'll put it into a formal report and bring it back to the committee for a majority decision to be able to implement it into a policy. But I absolutely agree with Committee Member Armenian that I think that there should be a limitation on the number of projects that an agency applies for before the previous one is completed. Again, not just various reasons. One is staff resources and constantly having to revise, amend contracts. Two is the timeliness and now the recapturing of funds. I mean, the recapturing is one issue, but we also have a timeliness issue where the funds need to be spent down in a specific period so that we continue to get the allocations as identified by HUD. If we don't spend it down fast enough, we could put ourselves at risk. And so I definitely think and agree that those should be implemented. Whether it's a HUD limitation or not, I think the city as a whole could put its own limitations for the process, or not limitations, but policies in place to ensure that the funds are properly allocated and expended. So I do encourage you to, email us and give us your ideas between now and the next cycle starting. The next cycle will be here before we know it, unfortunately. So it doesn't give us too much time to do the research and prepare for that cycle. So the earlier we start, the better. So if you have any suggestions like this one, we definitely want to incorporate it into a formal report that will come back to the committee and a final decision made so that we can incorporate it into the RFP. So definitely it is something to incorporate into the next cycle. I agree with Committee Member Armenian.
And may I say, I know that there were other recommendations at this meeting. One of them was I recommended that we please have a rating for ready now. How ready is the project, moving? So we have to come up with a scale that says something, I don't know what kind of a scale, 1, 2, 3, and if staff could help us with that, so that we know that we are prioritizing some of the projects that are ready to go. Okay. And I don't know if you just listen to the recorder, unless somebody else, any other recommendations right now that
I
you
made a
could
couple of
remember?
recommendations. I think Ms. Kavarian, she wrote it down, I believe. So hopefully by next meeting, they'll bring it up as a report and we can vote on it or decide or not.
Absolutely. This is the best time to get these recommendations. When it comes to, when we're there, it's like, we've forgotten. This is fresh. Okay, I know that we are into committee comments already. Any other comments from the committee members?
Sure, I can start.
Yes.
First of all, couple of things I mentioned earlier to staff. One, again, which I mentioned, I think Committee Member Armenian just mentioned it also, that limiting the amount of project each organization can start or request at a one time or have going at one time. My other question was that when I'm looking at the files, each file that comes in, regardless if it's CIP or social, and I see some of the returning organizations that they've been receiving funds, they've been working with the city a lot for last, at least that I know of, 8-9 years. And they have the simplest weaknesses continuously, every year, very simple, very basics of the weaknesses that they should not have. They should know better. So I would somehow, I don't know, maybe during the orientation with the organizations or the training time or whatever, maybe we should emphasize it more. Maybe, I don't know, put it in a bold letters. I don't know what it is. What's the formula that these organizations will realize that, hey, these are very simple things. We need your insurance. We need your taxes. We need your property ownership report and whatnot. So very simple things, but they put what that does, it just takes away from the staff time to do other things instead of going back and forth requesting these simple things that it should have already been there. And it's already in the application. And maybe something that we can down the road look into, maybe we should think about it this next couple of months, limiting the organizations like we had issues today, if there is a way of not bringing forward, I don't want to say disqualified, or maybe disqualifying, but somehow not bringing in applications, that is not complete. One organization brings us 200 pages of document, the other one brings us 25 pages. And it's not fair if the both organizations are applying for the same dollar amounts or same projects or similar projects or the same, they have to have the same reports or same type of documentation. Maybe one is a larger organization, one is smaller, but then again, the information, what is requested and it's necessary should all be the same. Can't be one or the other. So I would suggest maybe we can look into it with this HUD if there is a way, if there is a policy that we can make and it's allowable by HUD that we could do in that aspect. Besides that, I want to thank you guys, thank you the staff very much. You're keeping us online every year, throughout the year. They give us a lot of information and bringing us all these reports with all the hard work and time that they spend. And also I want to thank all my colleagues for last couple of days of working hard, going back and forth, and finally come to a real good resolution and the final numbers that hopefully all the organizations can benefit, and at the most importantly, our community can benefit. So with that, I thank you and congratulations, Madam Chair, for your election.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you, too. Mr. Armenian.
Just keep it simple. Thank you to the staff for helping us along, especially this year's CIP was a little bit complicated with a lot of moving parts. So you tested us, and hopefully we passed. But also want to thank my colleagues for all the deliberation. The discussion always leads to new perspectives. So appreciate the willingness to have different perspectives on things. So thank you.
Thank you. Caribbean?
Well, I want to thank the staff, obviously. You guys doing a great job, and especially today, you guys surprised us with the CIP numbers. The minute you started the numbers, I was getting excited and more excited. So it made our job easier this year. And I want to thank my fellow committee members. You guys put the time and the effort and detailed, and you care for every agency and every dollar, and all the questions and all the requests and recommendations gives me motivation also to drive and move forward. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm just going to say ditto to all the comments because everything has been said already. Thank you.
I know. Anyway, I think so too. Thank you again. Thank you to everybody who came in these last couple of days, and to all of you. I hope that we continue to improve every time, and we will see you at the next meeting. Now, our staff comments.
Staff comments. Thank you very much, Chair Quinones, Gabrielli, and members of the advisory committee. It was a very long process this year, but we thank you for sticking with us, and we made it through. Just to give the committee an update, in April, we are going to host a community meeting, and we're going to present your recommendations to the community, and we invite the public to attend. So we'll be setting that up this week, as a matter of fact, and posting it in the newspaper. In May, we want to go to the City Council Housing Authority. We haven't squared away the exact date, but we will get that information to you. So you may attend that meeting, probably in mid-May. And also, every meeting we have been having our GTV6 put together a community agency highlight or spotlight. And today we have Ascensia, which is going to be highlighted. I think Iris will be putting that video together.
We are here for the community. Anyone that's experiencing homelessness in the Glendale area, please send them our way. Some way, somehow, we should be able to help that person. No person should feel like they're hopeless. or helpless. With our services, with our team, with our case managers, with our staff, we can definitely shed some light into that person's heart.
Our outreach workers drive around and find people where they're living, making connections and trying to build rapport with people who are experiencing homelessness and offer them what we call direct assistance. That could be water, food, a sandwich that's a sustainable, healthy meal, and start building rapport with them and talk to them about the services we offer. Many are very, very non-trusting. They've been let down so many times in their lives, kind of a perfect storm of events, and they've ended up in the streets. The goal with everybody is to get them into a permanent home and back on track.
Our dedicated staff here, they are the people who make our programs work. I know a lot of people know what we do, but they may not know how our services impact the lives of individuals.
We had a family that came in, DCFS involvement. There was lack of employment and income. There were disabilities with both parents. But they ended up having several options. I was so impressed with our staff. You found 3 places they could move with 2 dogs, 2 big dogs? Yes. They were able to find one that met their needs and move in, and they've been there for a couple of years now, and everybody's doing great. Everybody got enrolled in school. The parenting skills got so much better, and they have, sustainable income. So there are a lot of happy endings here.
The lifeblood of this agency is truly the volunteers that come into play. It takes a village, it takes a community. Industry standard is 85%. Ascensia has a 95% success rate of keeping our clients permanently housed. I'm very proud of that statistic. And it isn't something that is achieved by happenstance. There's a lot of hands on deck that make it happen. But we can't make it happen until we have the support of our community. So the resources that come our way parlay into saving more lives, housing more of our clients, taking our unhoused neighbors off the street and getting them permanently housed.
What we do here is that we turn agony into relief. So we all experience the homelessness crisis to varying degrees. Some people walk out their front door and they see it. Some people drive blocks and they see it, and some people might have to drive many miles before they see it. If anyone's thinking, well, this really isn't affecting my life, realize if I could contribute to getting one household out of this situation, it's just got this huge ripple effect throughout wherever that person touches anywhere in their life. All other people, all other systems, and it makes a huge difference. Just one household. If you're looking for some way to get involved or you're thinking about it, there's no better time to act than the present. What are you waiting for? We're here and we need you.
Beautiful. Very nice. Thank you very much. Other staff comments?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'd like to thank you all for the volunteering the last couple of days and listening to all the interviews that we had. Special thanks goes out to city staff, Maggie, Teresa, Tamar, and Iris. As you've noticed, we're down one employee, Eric, who left and he moved out of the country. So 3 of them did all this without Eric. So much appreciated. I know this past weekend, Teresa and Maggie were on the call for a number of hours working on the PowerPoint for today. So much appreciated and thank you. And hopefully next year we'll have a smooth program here. Thank you.
Wonderful. Any other staff comments? Yes, no?
You know what Mr. Bulanikian said, thank you to the staff. So I know that it took a lot of hours to get here, and thank you as a committee.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, and we'll see you soon. We are adjourned.